All right, everyone. Welcome to the Fall 2023 Demand Gen Summit. My name is Billy Bateman, one of the co-founders here at Signals, and we're happy to be hosting. This is our seventh Demand Gen Summit. It's our largest ever. We're excited for all the thousands of you that have signed up and are excited to attend. And we've got people from all over the world, from Fortune 500 companies down to 1 and 2 man startups, and everywhere in between. Really excited to have everybody come be part of this event. We've brought together what we think are some of the best speakers that we could find to share with you what's new. Things are always changing, newest tactics, newest strategies. Some things are still working and they'll reinforce that. Some things are new and we're going to have to try new things to be able to meet goals. And really excited to bring the demand gen community together, both leaders and practitioners. And with that, I'm going to run you through a few things, go through our agenda a little bit. We're going to recognize the award winners that we always do, and then get you teed up for our keynote that's going to come up right after I'm done here. So first, what we're going to do is say thank you to our sponsor. So at Signals, we host the event. We're always the host. We put these together, but we couldn't do it without our sponsor, VIB. If you're in demand gen and you haven't looked at VIB, go check them out. A lot of great things they can do in almost every aspect of your demand gen, whether it's from getting contact information, intent, a lot of things they can do. Go check them out, VIB.com. That's going to be worth your time. Okay. So we've got a lot of great companies. Just want to say thank you to everybody that's involved, whether they're sponsored, speaking. Here are just a few. We've got Boston Consulting Group, Sendoso, Demand Base, Lavender, Tac, Dent, VIB, New Skin, VanillaSoft, Full Funnel, Tenbound, just to name a few. Triblio that are here, and go-to-market partners. Excited to have all of these as part of the Demand Gen Summit today. All right. So we're going to have two tracks. If you've done this before, you know how this works. If you're new, we'll make sure you get the lay of the land. So we have a live track that runs throughout the day. So I'm the first part of that. We'll have our keynote. Then after that, we're going to have a couple of speakers. You can watch that 3 places. So one is just stay here on demandgensummit.com. It's going to be going throughout the day. Just have a tab going. You can listen on your headphones while you're working on things. You can also chat in. Most of these speakers are going to be taking questions afterwards. So if they have time, we're on a tight schedule, so they may not be able to if they go all the way through the end of their time. But most of them are excited to take some questions and answer them from you. So be ready to chat in, ask those in the chat. Then we also have a pre-recorded aspect of this. So how do we get so many speakers on one day? Well, we have to pre-record some of it. So we're going to be releasing blocks every hour starting after the keynote here. So we'll walk you through and show you who's in each block. You can also just see that agenda on the website. On the hour, you'll see them go live, and you can get in, you can watch them. And before anybody chats in and asks, yes, it's all available on demand afterwards. Just come back to demandgensummit.com. If you want to go to any of our previous demand gens, they're all on getsignals.ai, just under the events tab. And yeah, so after I shut up, you're going to hear from Kelly and John. They're the CMO and the CRO at Demandbase. They're going to be talking about sales and marketing alignment, how to make sure things are working, because it doesn't matter how many leads and how many opportunities you drive. If you're not communicating with sales to help close those, it's all going to be for naught. Then you're going to have Mason, then Jonathan and Jason from Omni Labs, Vladdy from Full Funnel, and then you're going to have Scott Rhodes and Matthew Ward from Boston Consulting Group. After them, the one and only Mark Killens from Tac, and then Daniel Presley, Thomas Helfrich, and Jen Allen from Lavender will wrap us up with this. Would be our closer today. So, and then on the pre-recorded side, so after the keynote, you're going to be able to, what do you know? You're going to be able to jump in and hear the conversation from Andre Yee and myself. It's going to be pretty good. It is pretty good. It's happened already. We've got a lot of good things on how you can use AI in sales to help use AI, leverage that sales team to become more efficient, get more done with less, and just become more effective altogether. Then you've got Timothy Hughes, David Delaney, Chris Rudegrap, Emily Franson, and then there's also a really cool panel discussion with Christy, Mariah, and Jeremy. So that's all available at 10 a.m. Pacific time. All right. The next block, you've got Mia, Julianne, Liana, Garrett, Vlad, Hannah, and Chris. They've got great stuff to share with you. Be sure to hop in. Julianne's always got really good stuff, as does Garrett. Liana, one of my favorite people. She has always got a unique perspective on how to approach things that I really like. And these are all going to be great sessions. Hop in, watch them. Then we've got Amarpreet, Lorena, Chris, the man who needs no last name. I wish I was that cool. And then we've got Christopher, Peter, Ali, and Renetta. Okay. So those are all our pre-recorded. You can jump in, watch those. You're probably not going to be able to get to everything today. So you can come back throughout the week if there's anything and just hop in, watch them. They're going to be there for you. Okay. So we're going to hop into our awards. This is the fun stuff. So with all of our events, we let the community nominate people. You submit names. We go make sure they're a real person before we throw them up. That's pretty much all we do. We don't try to filter this at all. So we had over 60 nominees for a few. We had a few different categories. We had a couple thousand votes cast. And then the only award session or awards that had more was our AI Revenue Summit earlier this year. Had more votes cast for it than this one. So really excited. We just recognize the top 5 in each category. No order, but these were the top 5 people that got votes in each category. And then congratulations to everybody that was nominated. I'm sure it's an honor just to be nominated. I wish I would have been nominated. But you guys are awesome. We're excited to give you guys the recognition that you deserve. Okay. So our demand gen thought leaders. So these are the people that are out there giving us the ideas on what they think should be, what's coming down the road, how it should be done in demand gen. So we got Braden from Sendoso, Nick from TAC, Steve from Magnetic, Chris from Refine Labs, and Andre from Full Funnel. Congratulations to you guys. I think it's well-deserved. I see all of you guys popping up in my LinkedIn feed. You've all got good ideas. I love it. So, okay, then our demand gen strategist. Here are our top 5, and we're going to go from left to right. We got Rebecca from Search Spring, Amir from Sendoso. So another win for Sendoso. Way to go. Jessica from Above the Fold, Dan from Wrench AI, and David from Mega Deals. Congratulations, guys. Well deserved. Okay, and then our demand gen engineer. Who's in there, who's like getting down into the tactics and how do you really make this happen and helping us through you've got the big ideas, but how do you use the tools to make it happen? That's really what these guys are. And we got Mason from Scrappy ABM. We got Kato from Instantly Relevant, Anne from Marketing Profs, Corinne from IBM, and Josh from Above the Fold. Congratulations, guys. And then our last category are demand gen practitioners. So these are the guys in the weeds making it happen for your team, for whatever team they're on, and really know how to actually execute a demand gen motion. So we've got AJ from Demand Drive, Carol from Dealfront, Coca and Griffin from OmniLab, and Jessica from Jess Connects. Congratulations. Really excited for you guys to be winners and get the recognition you deserve. Okay, so you've heard enough from me. We're going to hand it over to our keynote. So we've got Kelly Hoppin, she's CMO at Demandbase, and John Itel, who's the CRO over there. They're going to really be diving into sales and marketing alignment. A few of the things that I've been told they're going to hit on is one, like handoffs. How do you really do a good handoff between marketing and sales? That's where we all know that if you're not doing good handoffs, you're going to drop the baton. We're going to lose deals. Which metrics you should be paying attention to, how they've got some different ideas on how you should be tracking metrics and which metrics, and then also communication. How do you have really good communication between marketing and sales, so that you're spending your time and your money in the right places? So With that, I'm going to turn it over to Kelly and John, and really excited to hear what you guys have to say.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us. John and I are excited to have you here today. My name is Kelly Hopping, and I am the Chief Marketing Officer over at Demandbase. I have only been there a couple months, but I am loving it. I'm loving the opportunity to help marketing organizations and sales organizations transform the way that they operate, transform their go-to-market, and work better together between sales and marketing. Prior to Demandbase, I've been in tech for a long time, and I was excited to come be a part of the MarTech world, which is near and dear to my heart as a marketing leader. So with that, I'm going to introduce my partner in crime, John.
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, great to be here. I'm John Eitel. I'm the Chief Sales Officer here at Demandbase. And I've spent the last 2 decades in the sales arena, helping build and scale and grow teams in kind of high growth, hyper mode. And so, we're really excited to be spending time with you all today to talk about a topic that's, as old as time, but also one that's near and dear to Kelly and I's heart, and that is using data to align sales and marketing. So without further ado, we'll jump into things here and, kick things off. But, look, we wanted to start with some stats, and this is something that probably everybody's feeling. The stat that we wanted to lead with is 7 out of 10 reps cite access to stakeholders as a primary challenge today. It's probably one of the toughest times in the world to be selling right now. Obviously, things have shifted, changed, from a distribution of, people, population, companies. And there's always been the talk of like, is the phone dead? Is cold calling dying? And now you're hearing, stats around email becoming less and less effective. And so it really has put a ton of burden on sales teams that are trying to get access to buyers. And it's really hard for them to do it right now.
It's not even hard, not only just hard to find those buyers, it's hard to find the buyers that are actually in the market for what you're selling. So if you think about, even if you nail exactly who that stakeholder is, exactly what persona they embody, what they care about, what their pain points, what market they're in, all their firmographics, technographics, all the things you need to be able to market to them effectively. Only 5% of those are actually in the market to buy your product. That means the other 95% of your time and effort there is being spent on brand building, I guess, for future buying. But for the time being, it's a lot of kind of wasted efforts to try to find the right folks. The challenge is, as a marketing leader, is, certainly for me, different way for you, is that we're all being tasked with doing more of this with less resource. As you mentioned, these days are harder than ever for sellers to be able to find the right folks. For marketers, when we have less dollars, less people, less room for error when we miss, it's definitely more difficult than ever.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I actually feel like, the mantra of, do more with less is definitely ringing true. Growth at all costs is no longer, what any of us are working within. And so it's all about focused growth, which really puts a lot of dependence on the efficiency. So, jumping into that, I think actually, stats that we look at, often, but these are, kind of sentiment from the, from the audience that we talk to here about what's, what is most critical for driving growth. And on the left shows today, versus, in the boxes to the right last year, right? And as you can see, improving sales and marketing alignment is on top of everybody's mind. And that needs just growing more and more, with time. Sales and marketing alignment is the number one priority. And it really puts a lot of pressure on, us as leaders, to be able to figure this out. And it really, begins with, the true sales alignment between, sales and marketing here.
Well, what's so funny is that those win rates, marketing investment, those are the obvious answers, right? What do we need to drive growth? We need more money. We need to win more deals, of course. And yet those still showed up as less important than sales and marketing alignment, which I think is pretty fascinating. Yeah,
totally. And I think just jumping into it, I think actually, even furthering down this trend, when we surveyed folks, it shows that 52% of teams out there, feel like they are aligned, with their sales and marketing counterparts. And so in some ways that's great. It means that, half of the teams out there don't have this problem. And so kudos to them. But it means that overwhelming, majority of folks are really in this same boat, or feeling the tension, they're feeling the stress. And look, that cascades down to their teams. and again is felt, throughout the organization as they are, fighting harder and harder to make the dollars they have to at play to work, to get more out of the teams that they're working with. And this tension really leads to a lot of bad outcomes that we'll talk about more throughout the presentation here.
This tells me, this is me off the cuff. This tells me that 52% of companies have CROs who manage sales and marketing. That's the only reason they're not struggling with that alignment, right? Because they are one person managing it all. Anytime there's two humans, like, we are working hard to make sure that we're aligned, right? It is a conscious effort that every company in that boat, I think, has to be thinking about every day.
Yeah, I think actually, it's been around forever. It's this problem. I think it gets exacerbated at different times, and you and I can attest to this. It's probably felt more when times are tough, right? And especially when you distribute a population with a pandemic and everybody goes to virtual, right? Communication gets strained, and so it definitely has been something that does need kind of refocus, reigniting, and reinvestment. Two is going to be better than one, though. I do believe that in the end, having strong leaders that on both fronts is the winning playbook here. But it really means that we have to stay in sync, and that's that's what I love about what we do, together and as a company with Demandbase. I do think the great comments I get from our customers is that our tool adds so much value to go-to-market teams. But a CMO actually told me that what we do is so powerful, but for our success to matter, it requires two people to get along, and they often don't. And so I thought that was pretty funny. And my retort and come back to that was that, look, if you have all these things in place, we can be the enforcing mechanism to really make sure that all teams are kind of rowing in the same direction and being able to drive to the same outcomes.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's super critical. I think some of those challenges, there's a few, right? And why sales and marketing, often have challenges. I think often we're measuring different metrics. So what success looks like for me as a marketer is often different than what success looks like for you as a seller. Sometimes there's been poor handoffs, right? We may have a strategy and a playbook that we're running, and we kind of just throw it over the fence to you instead of working on it together and marketing and selling to customers continuously. And so I think those are things, and those are changing, and we'll talk about those today, about how we're evolving those. But those are definitely two of the challenges. What else we got?
Yeah, look, I think these four all resonate with me, but I think you're absolutely right. Measuring different metrics to double down on that. Oftentimes we can speak different languages, right? We can have different things that we care about, and so they all need to stack together and work towards a common outcome. But I think that when you don't have those metrics aligned, you really feel it. I think the other two that really stood out to me in this graph here, obviously, operating with different systems and lack of communication. I do think marketers live in marketing systems, sales professionals usually live in sales systems. Oftentimes those systems don't talk, and then when those teams don't talk, it really even gets worse, right? So you have complete confusion and disorientation, and you lose that strength of feedback loop too, right? So you understand that the things that you're doing, Kelly, and your teams are working on are really driving the right outcomes for us, and look, that we're also able to follow through on the things that we say we're going to do, and making sure that we're making good on our end of the promise. So again, all these different gaps really allow these tensions to build, and like I said, these are the big ones that we hope to help others address in their go-to-market here.
Yeah, and just for a housekeeping issue, in case anybody did what I just did, and what I did when we first put these slides together, was these numbers don't add up to 100, and that's a circle, and that's strange, but it's because people could vote in different areas. And the reality is, it's because no one is struggling with one of these issues. They are struggling with multiple of these issues. They are like, yeah, it's different data, but it's because we're using different systems. We have different metrics. We're not talking about it. We're not handing it off between us. We're not sharing those metrics. And so people are kind of in all over the place, which is why these numbers add up to more than 100, because there really are multiple issues that are impacting our ability to align. Totally.
Thanks for clarifying. As we say, 50% of the time it works every time. Is always my funny running joke on that, but yeah, explains the discrepancy there. But obviously, these are the big four that we hear often from the respondents we surveyed here.
Absolutely.
So let's talk about what it looks like when sales and marketing aren't aligned. We've all felt it, but I think, the butting heads and, due to the conflicting, priorities, the teams feel at odds with each other. It's the us versus them, language. It's people talking about, they're doing it to me again, not with me. And that really, can rear its ugly head and really cause, engagement of teams to suffer. The teams feel it when they're always in tension. The customers feel it, right? It's not an ideal experience for anybody involved here. The different incentives, right? I think when, one team feels successful and the other one's losing, like that's a really, really bad day and a bad outcome, but can often happen when these things aren't balanced or put in check. And then just unified efforts for separate goals here. I think that's the big one too, where you see, one team saying we're successful, we did our end of the bargain, like what gives, you guys aren't as good as you said you were, you're not holding up your end. And all these things compound again in lots of unique ways, and they rear their head in ugly ways too, right? And it really, doesn't build for a healthy functioning team, which ultimately costs the business, over time here.
Yeah, I mean, we've all sat in those pipeline review meetings where we look and we're like, well, looks like we're doing great on opportunities. Good job, marketing. Sales would be great if you could close some. And instead of saying, hey, guess what? We're all missing our revenue number. We're all missing our pipeline number. And John and I have talked about it since before I started here, about how do we make sure that we are in lockstep prior to making sure that our teams are, that we're all driving towards the same goal. It doesn't do anybody good, any good if I hit so-called marketing metrics and the company doesn't hit its revenue metrics. There's no win in that. So we might as well all be playing the same game. All of our incentives are aligned. All of our goals are the same. That means we win together, we lose together, right?
Absolutely.
Which takes us to...
Yeah, so absolutely. Like I said, you're doubling down on that. Our jobs depend on this alignment. It really, can drive towards the company's success. It can ultimately drive to you and I's success. And so, we want to make sure our teams, feel like they're in alignment, they're pulling together. They know that the work that they're doing, benefits a common goal and good here. And so that's why we need to do it. And if we don't, then our jobs become in jeopardy, and we don't want that.
Yeah, and where does it start? I mean, as you just said, it starts with us, right? It starts with me and you making sure that we're in lockstep, making sure that my team, my leadership team, and your leadership team are in lockstep, making sure that we're aligning on our goals together, making sure we're aligning on where we're going and what those priorities are. Then the technology, the process, and the people fall together. But when we're not aligned at the top, then nothing ever works out. I have these conversations with CMOs sometimes, and they'll say, am I ready for an ABM solution? Is this the right time for me to put in a piece of technology? I'd say, well, you should probably figure out, make sure the strategy is in place first. Make sure you have people that can manage. Make sure you have a process that you can do handoffs and clean transition and a continuous flow of leads or intent from marketing to sales. You get all that, then you can throw technology on it. But get all that stuff worked out first, and then the technology can help facilitate that. But don't do it in reverse. And I think that's the same idea of how do we implement that alignment. That technology is really that last step.
Yeah, totally. It does start with the people. It starts with the tone at the top that we set. I think it has to be, broken through kind of like nuance and subtleties. But I think, you and I talk about this, often, but, if I miss, you miss, right? And then vice versa. And I think we have to have that same kind of belief and mindset, right? That's, not one of us can win without the other. I think also, there's lots of ways to facilitate the communication that you need to make this work, the structure and the amount of rigor here, but it can't be marketing's meeting that sales attends here. And it can't be sales meeting that, sales' meeting that marketing attends. It needs to be, truly a go-to-market meeting that, Kelly and I are hosting. We're driving the priorities. We're holding people accountable and ultimately building trust together as a team too. I think that's, when I talk about this, when I've seen it at its worst, I've been in these, pipeline review, funnel review meetings, where, it's basically, like two scorpions in a bowl, one waiting for the other to strike, and everybody's kind of presenting data with a defensive posture, actually trying to show data in a light that actually doesn't make them look bad, or not show data, that doesn't reflect something that would be, potentially a bad look for them. And that's what a really unhealthy look is, here. And so I think if we get this right, obviously, you and I through, kind of our joint leadership in these types of initiatives can share, like, accountability's got to be there, but ultimately we should have each other's back. And again, in that unhealthy situation, when myself and the CMO made this posture change and really reset with the team, there were some really great breakthrough moments where, someone actually kind of owned up to not being able to deliver on an expectation that was set. I think at the time marketing said we overshot on these goals for this event. It didn't actually, pan out the way we expected. And instead of the other team ready to pounce on it and say, okay, that's exactly why we can't be successful because of that moment, it became more of a unifying moment where, sales is like, no, I got it. I appreciate it. Like, let's make sure we fix that, or make sure we assess these things better. But guess what? We have some goodness on the other side of the equation. We're seeing some, really great things come out of this install base, campaign that we were running. And so we're going to be able to meet and exceed our objectives there. So we can cover each other here and hold each other true through this. And so I think that was kind of like the healthy moment or tipping point that I saw in my own, career and background. And it was largely driven by myself and the CMO, being able to set that right, kind of expectation and tone with the team.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think all of us have worked in a company, throughout our careers, potentially as sort of junior marketers and sellers coming up. I have witnessed where my leader was not aligned with the cross-functional leader. And you felt that tension all the way down. If the top was divided, it meant that me working across the aisle with my sellers was going to be strained. They were getting different direction from their management than I was. What my priorities were not their priorities. And so it made everything underneath it harder and more difficult. It made our teams really struggle with how we operated. And so being able to kind of clear those hurdles to make sure that my team is driving the exact same priorities that your team is, ensures that we're all going the same direction. And then when those handoffs happen, then it's a clean, and we do, then we kind of hold hands on those times when we miss that event or, our goals fall short on something, that we can still make up for it on the other side. All right. So what are the keys to alignment? So how do we get there? So a few things, and I think they've changed a little bit over time in the how and the what, but I think what they are is not, right? These are consistent through time and time again. First thing is about the marketing to sales handoff. And handoff is actually a misnomer and kind of a big fat lie, because it really is a continual back and forth. And John will go through that in just a minute. The second one is really about metrics and making sure that we define key metrics, and shared metrics is probably more important than what those metrics are. It's more about that they're all aligned around the same ones, and we all know what success looks like. And then finally, it's that transparency and communication, that there should be bidirectional communication between us to ensure that we're talking all the time. So let's start with the handoff. The old handoff used to be just that. It used to be, okay, I got the top of the funnel, you got the bottom of the funnel. So I will start with getting some responses, driving some leads, however we want to define those, and I'll get them through to a BDR or an SDR making the phone call. Once they do that, I'm out and I've hit my goal. I'm going to hand them over to sales, and then sales is going to take them through to closed one. So if it breaks before pipe, it's mine. If it breaks after, it's his, and we'll call it a day. And then we can each kind of point fingers and blame each other when it doesn't work. The new one is not that, right? The new one says, hey, we're going to go both directions. And it's going to look a little different than that. How does that work, John?
Yeah, no, totally. As I say, I think that's exactly it. And I think the pillars of what you do haven't changed over time, but how you do it, I think you're right, is completely changed with this new, way that buyers are buying and the way that the buyer's journey has changed. Right. And so I think you're absolutely right. The new orchestrated model, really kind of splits the funnel in half and actually, gives us all kind of responsibility, full funnel end to end. And, customers are passed back and forth. It's not a one-time handover, right? It can actually be multiple touch points throughout, which really keeps us in lockstep throughout the customer's journey here.
Yeah. And it's ironic that when this concept of ABM first came out, it was called a marketing function, essentially, right? It was account-based marketing. It was, hey, marketers, how are you going to go after certain accounts? And then once we get some traction, hand them over to sales to close. Now it's account-based experiences, right? It's marketing and sales, because we're going after the accounts. Sales is going after the accounts. Sales is coming back and saying, hey, I'm starting to get a bite here. Can we tee up some ads for them? Can we invite them to a webinar? We're saying, hey, these folks just engaged in a webinar. You should follow up with them. It's this back and forth the whole time of conversation, because it's an entire account-based go-to-market strategy and process. It's not just marketing or sales. It's everything combined.
Totally. And it extends to customer as well. I was going to say, I think you and I can remember when it was ABM and now ABX. And I think the really neat thing is that when I was first introduced to it, it was introduced through my CMO. We made the decision together to jointly implement this solution, but it was largely driven by, her at the time. Now you're seeing sales teams come to the table saying, I want to have this, intent-based, account-based, solution. And then customer success teams are talking about this. Like, how do we use this type of data to manage, both sides of this equation, not just from acquiring the customer, but then once we bring them on board, how do we know, when to talk to them, with the right message, and who should we be talking to? So it really drives this great sophistication. And I do love that it's not just marketing only, it's now sales, marketing, again, all together pulling as one.
Yeah, and I think that was a good point to mention CS. Really, that retain and expand often bleeds into our customer success departments and being able to bring them back. And they also want to see the intent. They want to see if their current customers are checking out our other web pages. They want to know if our current customers are looking at competitors. They want to know all that so that we can come back around, remarket them, retarget them, give them more information. I think that's sort of an extension. I mean, that's why this ABX continues to go throughout the customer life cycle.
Yeah, 100%. Well, I think, just kind of following along in this too, I would say, why don't we talk about like what it would be like in a world, where sales and marketing cannot be successful individually. We've teased and talked about this. Probably everybody who's watching this has seen it or felt it in some way, right? But when we aren't aligned, on these goals and metrics, or we're not aligned, in spirit for the right outcomes here, you can have marketing at the bar high-fiving because they hit their events or MQL lead, goals there, while, at the end of the quarter, the sales team is, hanging their head and walking out feeling like they lost, right? Not a great place to be for either in that scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's hard to imagine how sales and marketing could ever be aligned in the old way of having two different sets of metrics, right? It's why those metrics are so important to bring it together. And so that world really does exist because we need to move to a world that has these aligned metrics. So we talk about, and John, you can go through some of these affect your world a lot, but when we talk about pipe and op and conversion, like these are things we need to be doing together.
Yeah, I would say like, that's the big call out to this slide and really what we want to bring to light here. Because I think metrics have always existed, but we've often set metrics in a silo or in our own kind of frame of reference. And so, look, that's where these bad outcomes really spring up. So I think being able to, stack hands with your sales or marketing counterpart to be able to agree on what are the key health metrics we want to, align to, average deal size, CAC, payback, conversion rates, pipeline, average sales cycle. Keeping it simple is probably always my best, advice in this situation, but, keeping it simple yet aligned to each of our areas and what we can impact, and make sure that they also, add up to each other. Kelly made the joke about the percentages not adding up on one of our previous slides, but look, I've seen that happen too, right? That's another point of like where sales and marketing cannot be aligned, is that marketing set goals that don't, tie off to the revenue goals that the sales needs to achieve. So already from the get-go, we were set up to fail, right? You need to make sure that everything kind of ties off, not only to make sure everybody knows what they're doing when, but also and how we can be successful together needs to be part of that formula.
Yeah, I've worked in an organization before where we didn't have aligned metrics, and you realize the tension that it caused. So in this particular organization, I had the SDRs reporting into marketing. And so I guess entirely what I had kind of control over was from first touch or lead all the way through stage 2 opportunity, basically to the meeting completion. And then it was a handoff and sales kind of took it from there. The challenge was what was happening is we were hitting all of our pipeline goals. And so as a marketing organization, we're like, hey, we're building pipe, not just leads, because leads are dead. We're going after pipe. So pipe, we're hitting all these goals, but we noticed that of all the stage 2 opportunities, we were only converting to closed won 20% of the time. Sales-driven stage 2 ops, partner-driven sales 2 ops were converting at 40, 50%, but we were only converting at 20. And so I'm sitting here thinking, how come sales hates our opportunities? They accepted them. They took them at stage 2 and they said, hey, yeah, we'll take it. Like they had the meeting, they decided that was a good quality thing. They accepted it, but then they didn't do anything with it. And so I'm thinking, my first thought is, why doesn't sales do what they're supposed to do? Why aren't they working these opportunities? And so that can first, if you're not aligned on metrics, what that does first is you start pointing fingers. I mean, I did my job. Why can't they do theirs, right? Like, how is this happening? But instead took a different approach. I sat down with every sales leader And I said, let's go through your pipe. I want to specifically your stage 2 pipe. I want to go line by line through Salesforce on every record that you have that's under your name and tell me what's wrong with it. Marketing source. And we start going through it. And what I realized after going through hundreds and hundreds of records, that they were all good quality. They were the right persona. They had the right need state. They had the right, we could solve their problem. Our technology met their needs. All of those things that use the right technology that fit in our space. So all those things were there. The challenge is that none of them had a sense of urgency. None of them had a pressing event or something or an imminent timing of that they were planning to make a decision the next 3 months or 6 months. And so that timing component meant that none of these folks were ready to move. And so what that told me was, hey, we're giving them good quality, we're giving them good pipe, but we're not qualifying on all the right criteria. You know, you've heard of BANT. We were sort of going to ban and forgetting the T on the end. And so we were getting budget, authority, need state. We were not getting to the timing component. And so just sitting down and saying, hey, let's do this together taught me that, hey, I need to change my qualification criteria. And we did that. And all of a sudden it moved forward our stage 2. They started converting at a much higher rate. Now we took a pipeline drop because less things made it through because less companies were in an urgent state. But that was okay because what was coming out the other end was much higher quality, converted at a much higher rate, got to close one faster, took less resources of just sitting in Salesforce not moving. And so, but that took us saying, hey, marketing and sales, let's work together and figure out the problem instead of, hey, marketing, I did my job, I wish sales would do theirs. So bringing that together, and that comes from the fact that we all had a stake in closed won revenue. We all had a stake in conversion rate, not just pipe creation, but pipe creation plus conversion plus revenue and all the things together. So I think it's super important. I've seen literally the trade-offs of not working together versus working together, and it's night and day.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a cool story. And you're right. You had the right buyer, probably the right message, but not the right time. And so, if your sales counterpart isn't giving you that feedback, right, we're just going to continue to push more volume through and then be, in tension with each other because one's not, potentially doing what they should be doing. And then the finger pointing begins. Right. And so It's so powerful to have those loops. I do think also like the loops, are so important. And I think the alignment's so important. And I think, look, I would say, don't be afraid to let go of, metrics that don't matter or need to be reset. Right. You mentioned like pipeline had to drop. Right. But it was like, okay, but it was artificially inflated pipeline, maybe because of that, because it was an active pipeline that could be used. So I think that, I see that oftentimes when teams get in tension and they get so stuck on, what they set in place and have such pride of ownership and decisions they may have made, last year. It just continues to leave the team in tension and furthers this divide and isn't a healthy thing. And so I think being able to come to the table as partners, see these things more clearly, and then reset when it's time, I think is such a powerful thing. And the teams will see it. They'll, respond and react to that and understand this is how we drive to positive outcomes together and not continue just doing things for the sake of activity or for metrics that have moved on.
Yeah. That's exactly right. I almost think it maybe should be quality pipeline, or instead of total pipe, I guess is the better word. I guess it's where conversion rates pulls that quality through. But I think you're right. And I think sellers, we're trying to do the right thing in our situation. They were trying to reward the SDRs for bringing them a good quality deal. They're like, hey, the guy did a lot of work to bring it to me. I want to give him, throw him a bone by accepting the deal. I just know it's not going anywhere for a while. You're like, okay, well, that's probably not great either, but I love that they were trying. So by those, it spirals. We want everybody to be aligned. We want everybody to drive together. But it just takes getting into the weeds sometimes to figure out where we're missing.
Yeah, I've heard you say it before, but assuming good intent is always helpful in these types of situations when navigating conflict. Yeah. But being able to, get down to the tactical level at times and understand why are things not working, and then make those adjustments when they need to be made.
Yeah, that's that assuming good intent. If you all have the same metric, if everybody's driving towards revenue and highest conversion possible, then you have to assume everybody's doing whatever they can to support that. And then you adjust if you miss, you work together, you win together, lose together. All right. The last one, I think, of those kind of 3 elements of driving alignment is really about transparent communication. This is just a quick little quote, but the reality is when we are picking our target account list, when we are identifying the types of accounts, the types of personas, the types of customers we want to go after, we should do it together. That's what this one's talking about specifically. But the reality is, if we're going to run sales plays on a certain product or at a certain audience or with a certain buyout or with a certain whatever, we should be in lockstep on that. How is that going to play out in your team? What is that going to look like from a go-to-market strategy? What is that going to look like from a budget perspective? And we need to work on it. And if it's not working, sales needs to be comfortable enough to kind of come back and say, hey, we tried that. Can we tweak this? This isn't working. This message is off. This isn't resonating. I made this adjustment. Now it's working. Let's feed that back into the master. So being able to have that sort of not just transparent communication, but bi-directional communication is really key.
It's super critical. And I think we talked a lot about it throughout this presentation, but I think this quote really brings it home there. It has to be, both ways. I do think if it isn't, you get that distrust that builds with the team where it's like, marketing, pick the leads, or, sales is, not following through on this. It just, again, continues to compound and compound. And so I always like to really drive home to like, let's do it, do it with each other, not to each other here. And so I think if you have that like joint partnership where we're picking these accounts together, we have like an ownership model that we've well articulated and understood. And then we're not afraid to be, candid with each other and hold each other accountable. Still needs to be a big part of the process. That's how you avoid these situations.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we do it all right, what happens?
Yeah. So look, I think this hopefully was helpful for others. And, it definitely was helpful for me as we talked through this, in our own, world. And, as Kelly and I being newer to our roles, kind of set the right foundation for our teams to work together. But, when sales and marketing are aligned, good things happen. And that's what we really want everybody to be able to feel the impact of. You have higher conversion rates, you have faster closes and more qualified leads. And ultimately, we win together, like Kelly said multiple times here. Awesome.
Well, I am so excited that I get to be in the trenches with you every single day, John, because I'm having a blast. So this couldn't be more fun.
Yep. The feeling's mutual. And likewise. And this has been a great talk today. So thanks, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kelly and John, for your amazing discussion on the alignment of sales and marketing. My name is Charity Maservi. I am the event coordinator here at Signals, and I will be co-hosting today's event with Jenny Young. A quick announcement, check out our free demand gen blueprint that dives into how to build an effective ABM strategy, where to get started when implementing, and how to get the most out of your content with multi-channel marketing. Check out demandgensummit.com to download that free offer. Next up, we have Mason. Mason specializes in building scrappy ABM programs on low budgets that drive high impact. If you are looking for no-nonsense practical marketing execution that drives revenue, Mason Cosby can provide guidance on practical low-tech ways for growth. His topic for today's presentation is the first step to ABM is activation, how to take the first step of ABM so it won't fail. Take it away, Mason.
Hello and welcome to the first step to ABM is activation. In today's session, we're going to be talking through how to take that first step of ABM so that it won't fail. I'm incredibly excited that you're here. I hope that you get a ton out of this. And the goal of your session today is actually to learn how to take that first step using the existing tools that you have today, using the existing data, so you can start to see some pretty immediate impact. Really, the high-level overview for our conversation today is going to be addressing why ABM fails, what you should do instead of what a lot of people do when they think about launching an ABM program, how to build an activation play, how once you've built that activation play, you can build into an account-based marketing program. And again, the goal is that by the end of our session today, you've actually got some clear, tangible steps on how you can get started. My name is Mason Cosby. I am the founder of a company called Scrappy ABM. We help companies build account-based programs without a $200,000 tech stack. And we do that through activation plays. I'm going to walk you through exactly what that means today. We're then move into building account-based pilot programs that are more comprehensive in their scope. And then lastly, we help companies build podcasts that actually drive tangible revenue through both sponsorships and through engaging with your target accounts. If you want more information, go check out scrappyabm.com or go check out the Scrappy ABM podcast, where we pretty much outline all the playbooks that we use with clients to help them find success. So why does ABM fail? There's really three core reasons that ABM fails. And some of these are as old as a tale of time. I won't spend too much time on these, and we can move on to kind of how to solve for these things. But I think it is helpful to understand that the core three reasons are: One, a lack of sales and marketing alignment. Everyone and their mothers talked about this, but it's still important and we still don't fix it. So how do we solve for that? Two, nobody owns ABM. And I'll outline what I mean by nobody owns ABM here in just a moment. And then lastly, too much complexity as it is. So if you've thought about building an account-based marketing program, I can almost guarantee that you've run into one, if not all three of these problems. And this is the classic story that every organization runs into. When they think about starting an ABM, typically marketing will come up with the idea of like, we should do account-based marketing, and they'll go build out the 3-month strategy by themselves in a silo, and then they'll go to sales and say, sales, we built this really cool program, we should work together on it. And sales is like, I already have a full-time job, what is this? So marketing comes by immediately throwing new responsibilities at sales, and sales isn't interested because they're not bought in, they don't understand what it is. The other thing is sometimes marketing leadership will come to a marketing manager and say, you should run ABM, you should do ABM. So we just like tack ABM on as somebody's new responsibility, and that's set up for failure. And the other thing that we often do is we go and buy this new shiny tech stack, and that's how we're going to run ABM. But again, if we think back to why it fails, lack of alignment, I mean, truly owns ABM, and you already have too much complexity as it is. By doing these things, one, by just throwing new responsibilities to sales without getting their buy-in on the front end, you've actually further impacted your misalignment with sales. So that's a problem. Two, when you just pass it to a marketing manager, ABM at its core is actually pretty significant organizational change. You go from siloed departments into people often reference this concept of the one revenue team, where it's marketing and sales working together. I've also heard it said that instead of it being a relay race where marketing nurtures the lead and then passes it off to sales, that it's more of a soccer game where you're kicking the ball around and trying to inevitably get into a goal. So again, when you just pass it to a single marketing manager, they don't have the actual ability to foster organizational change. So really, ABM should be owned, at least with executive sponsorship, at a much higher level than just passing on to a marketing manager to say, hey, figure it out. And then lastly, again, everybody has a full-time job, and their jobs are generally speaking pretty complex. So when we add in new technology, we're setting ourselves up to fail because we have to learn new tools, integrate these new tools, and understand how that works within the existing ecosystem that we have set up versus maybe starting with what we have today. So again, I just outlined a lot of this, but the core is it doesn't work. Sales not bought in. Everybody already has a full-time job. Nobody has time to do ABM, so it just kind of falls to the wayside. And by the time we actually figure out how to use the technology, and this is not a made-up story. I've actually had this conversation about 15 times in the past 3 weeks of people that bought ABM technology on a year-long contract. They spent 6 to 9 months getting it set up. They launched a program. It didn't prove value because they only were actually running ABM using their technology for 6 to 9 months, or sorry, for actually 3 to 6 months. And because it took 6 to 9 months to get it set up, at which point when the contract expires, the executive team says, what value did this deliver after we've been running it for 12 months? When in reality, they've only been running it for 3. ABM team says nothing. And then client turns almost immediately. So again, when you start with not actually identifying the reasons that it would fail in the first place, and you try to jump full into building an ABM program the way that it's often marketed to do, which is expensive technology, this massive, robust program, and just kind of this overnight switch, it's not going to work. And this is all why ABM fails. So if that resonates, or you've tried in the past and those are the reasons it fails, the rest of our conversation today is actually going to be focused on how you can solve for that and actually build a better ABM program moving forward. And at its core, I just highly recommend keeping it very, very simple. You can likely build an ABM program using your existing technology. You can likely use an ABM program using your existing data. And you can likely build an ABM program by focusing very, very small and focusing first on building out some specific plays that lend themselves towards being built into an account-based program, which is why I believe that if you're looking to launch ABM, you should actually start with what is an activation play. So what is an activation play? It's a trigger-based playbook that tells your sales teams who to prioritize. So this is not an MQL model, but this is a trigger that is based on a very specific action that would show that a potential customer has some level of intent. So some quick examples. A meeting was scheduled, but has not been held. So again, I call it the missed meeting playbook. It's very simple. somebody scheduled a meeting, they were an ICP fit, they missed the meeting, they never rescheduled a meeting. Our sales team has already gone after them. But as we look back at a trailing 3 months, how many meetings have been missed, that were never held, that were never rescheduled? Clear opportunity to re-engage those accounts. ICP fit has hit numerous product pages and the pricing page. If they're looking at all of our product pages, they've hit the pricing page, they still haven't converted. If they've watched I know that there's a ton of these ungated demo platforms out there between Walnut and Toriel and Nevadic. Like if they've gone through an entire demo experience and viewed the pricing page and they still haven't booked, it's probably a good idea to maybe try to reach out to them and see if we can answer any questions they may be experiencing. And then I love for the activation side to really look at what are the existing products that we have, what have they bought thus far, and how do we expand that customer based on complementary products? Or, and I'll give this example here in a moment, but if you've got a B2C side of your business and a B2B side of your business, if somebody has bought on the B2C side of the business using a business account, is there an opportunity to actually bring them into the larger service lines that B2B offers? So again, looking at what products have they bought previously, how do we activate based off of that data to then bring them into a different product? Again, why would you start with an activation play? I'm not going to read every single word. If you want the full deck, feel free to shoot me a message on LinkedIn or email me, and I'm happy to send you the deck. But at the core, it makes sales and marketing alignment far more natural. So instead of building out this massive, massive program and saying, sales, let's do this together, and sales being like, what is this? Instead, you come with, hey, we've got a really, really clear reason to reach out. We've actually built out some templates for you to reach out with. We built out the collateral. And we've also set this up in such a way that it shouldn't take you a ton of time. It can be a mix of automated plus manual emails, maybe some phone outreach, some social engagement. Or I've got clients that I work with that do entirely automated. I know there's lots of opinions and theories around how to best do that. But at the core, the goal here is to foster the alignment in the first place. So by providing a very clear trigger and a very clear reason for sales to reach out with the collateral that makes the most sense for them to reach out with, you actually naturally foster some sales and marketing alignment. And it's not this really complex program. It's very simply, this is why we're reaching out. This is what to reach out with. It makes it very simple. That then naturally moves into, it keeps it simple. So again, if you don't have somebody that can fully own ABM, but you've got somebody that can own outreach, which most organizations have someone that typically is owning some level of prospecting outreach. There's clear ownership. Marketing can partner with that person around the ownership of these specific outbound sequences and activation plays. And again, it helps you to get the ball rolling in the right direction. And then through this, you can typically identify your tech gaps and then actually strategically fill those gaps. So if you're using your existing first-party data, then you may have some specific gaps as it relates to potentially, we only have a couple of contacts because they've filled out previous forms, or we don't have the appropriate depth of information that we need. Also, we may need data enrichment. Oh, we don't know if they're actually viewing our website. We don't have the ability to de-anonymize our website traffic. I'm going to use something like a Warmly or a Propensity or a Signal that can help you to de-anonymize your website traffic so you can actually then better activate. Again, it's building with what you have today to then strategically identify the gaps that you're experiencing so that you can then fill in the gaps and actually get a greater time to value on the technology, proving a quicker ROI, as opposed to let me buy the technology and then figure out how to use it. When you know the use case of the tech before you buy it versus saying, I need to implement ABM, let me go buy an ABM platform, you're going to see greater value and a greater time to value. And as a result, you can better justify your budget and actually more quickly generate a return. So again, better alignment with sales, it keeps things simple to get started. And as you look to inevitably scale, you have a clear picture and vision of where you should invest in order to scale. So how do you build this? Relatively simple. You first identify your sales trigger, and I will provide a ton of examples at the end of what those triggers could look like. But I'm a huge fan of using your existing first-party data to identify what is happening within our database that then indicates to us these people are ready for outreach. Again, prime example I've already mentioned. They've hit a ton of product pages. They've hit our pricing page. They've come back numerous times to our website. If you have a basic website in like a HubSpot marketing automation platform that's effectively integrated into your website, you can track the contacts that are visiting specific pages on your website. This is not a super robust tech stack. This is what most organizations are having and using today. Once you identify that trigger, You then move into actually building and operationalizing the outbound sequence. So again, lots of organizations today have an outreach, a sales loft. They have a HubSpot sales license that does outbound sequencing. They have Apollo for sequencing and contact enrichment. Another tool that's relatively inexpensive that I've personally used with specific clients is called smartlead.ai. You can get it for like $80 a month and sequence based on that. So again, tons of ways to sequence that are very cost effective if you don't have the tools, or you probably already have the tools in some capacity. So you build out an automated way within your existing tool set of how do I segment our lists so that I can then deliver a list to our sales team or to a couple of sellers if you want to pilot it with a small group of like 1 or 2 sellers, so that they get a weekly or monthly list that they then know how to sequence. So again, you may like handhold the sales team through it the first couple of times, but inevitably they're able to run on their own with this playbook. And once they're able to do that, you can run this week over week or month over month and continue to deliver some level of meetings on a weekly or monthly cadence that actually gives you a foundation. So to just show you how you can segment these lists, this is a client that I mentioned earlier that has a B2C and B2B motion. This is the exact filtering criteria within their HubSpot instance. So we looked at every contact that is created that has an email that does not contain a free email provider, and they are not on the unassigned list that we've already segmented out previously. If they are in those 2 criteria, they then hit an if-then branch, because within HubSpot, if you use a company email, it will automatically create an associated primary company on the contact record. So you can create a company record. So again, at that point, we've now filtered from not just they're using a free email domain provider or not. If they're not using a free email domain provider, they're opted into this workflow. From there, if there's an associated primary company, they then have a second layer of filtering criteria that then maps them to the appropriate rep based on the zip codes that are associated with their physical locations. And then the list get an automated list every single week that is updated with all the contacts that were created that is based off of this criteria. And this context, the B2C side of their business, they're an experience company. So when somebody has booked an experience and gone through that experience, they are created in their HubSpot instance. So then the sales team is actually reaching out every single week within 7 days of someone going through that experience on the B2C side of the business, saying, hey, it looks like you booked this experience. Looks like your team had a great time. Would love to see if you were open to us coming in. We have a dedicated B2B side of our business that does X, Y, and Z things that are even better and more expansive, specific to probably what you're looking for. Are you interested? Again, they're getting anywhere from 250 to 300 people on a weekly basis going through that sequence. And as a result, they're booking off the first email an additional 9 to 15 meetings a week on this sequence alone. So again, what this turns into is their sales team has already come back to myself and the marketing team and said, this is awesome. How do we do more of this? And now what we've solved for is actual sales and marketing alignment. Sales is bought in. They love this. They want to know how we do more, which is exactly how it then leads into ABM. You can now build your account-based marketing program around your activation play, because what you've done is you've got buy-in. You've got sales saying, this was great. I want to do more of this. And depending on the sequence that you build and the activation play that you build, this can actually function as your dedicated sales handoff. So again, you've already actually worked through list segmentation. You've already operationalized it. You've already built an outbound sequence, and you've nailed the handoff with sales. So now, depending on the sequence that you build, your goal becomes 2 things. 1, how do I drive more accounts into my trigger? So again, marketing is now going further up funnel to identify target accounts that we want to bring into our sales activation play so that we can then better engage and close target accounts. And 2, we are now focused on optimizing post-trigger. So again, if we think about a sales activation play, it's often single-threaded. And to some extent, it's a bit serendipitous based on the data that we already have flowing through our systems. Whereas with this approach, we now recognize this handoff works. We want to now multi-thread these accounts. We want to create persona-specific sequences and like really get specific and personalized and nuanced based on those that we're engaging within our triggers. So again, it can get exponentially more complex, but because we started simple, we actually didn't need somebody to own it because it was really just a single playbook. We got sales to buy in based on the early results that we were experiencing. And then 3, it's a lot easier to ask for an investment when you have something that's working. And we're saying, instead of, hey, let's build an ABM program, we're saying we have something that's working. We would like to make this exponentially better by doubling down on our investment here. Can we work together to figure out what we need to drive more accounts into this trigger and to optimize post trigger? It completely changes the conversation from ABM as a complete experiment into, we have something that's working. How do we build an account-based program to optimize this? The other thing is ABM is an experiment, but by starting with an activation play, you actually mitigate the number of variables that you are experimenting with, because at that point you're using first-party data, you're using your own technology that you already have. So those things, generally speaking, they probably are working. What you're now experimenting with is the exact sequence messaging and the trigger and the handoff. You've now mitigated the number of variables that you're experimenting with, so you can figure out why it didn't work. Because the unspoken reason that ABM works is because it's an entirely new experiment with new technology and new sequencing and new targeting. And we're starting from scratch saying, oh no, we don't know if any of this works. And then suddenly we're supposed to make it all work. When you start small, you can mitigate experiment variables, figure out what works, and then double down and add new variables on how to double down so you can effectively scale it up. Sorry, soapbox promote. From here, I want to walk through exactly what you should look for when you're thinking about the triggers. So again, some pretty basic ones. The challenge with some of these early ones are it's difficult to build an ABM program that's a truly scalable program around a closed lost, but you can use it as a starting point because every organization has closed lost deals that would be good to re-engage. So you could operationalize that in such a way that it's easier for your sales team to know who to re-engage and go after. So closed lost, missed meeting, like I've already mentioned. Hopefully you don't have so many missed meetings that you can build an entire ABM program around it, but it does help from an activation perspective. If you're a SaaS company, product utilization. So again, if you have product tiers, identifying how do we activate our sales team to go outbound based on a company hitting a specific level of utilization. If you have one-time buyers, so prime example, what I just mentioned with the B2C, B2B motion. So if you've got a one-time buyer that booked a single experience and you want to upsell them into a larger experience engagement or a subscription-based model, so identifying they bought once, how do we expand that relationship into a larger engagement? Again, product page and pricing page views. So if they're hitting a lot of these high value pages and they're not converting, activating your sales team using, again, tools that de-anonymize website traffic. There are tons of them out there that are free that you can get started with today. That's the most simple one. This is also where the greatest value for our clients. Ask sales how they're currently sourcing pipeline now. Sales is like very responsible for revenue. I know some marketers aren't responsible for revenue. That's a whole other conversation, but sales super responsible. It's like how they make most of their living is closing revenue. So if marketing isn't delivering great pipeline, sales is going to go and figure out how to make a new pipeline. So if you can ask your sales team, how are we currently sourcing new pipeline that you're going after? And then marketing use their tool set to better operationalize, build processes, and scale the things that their sellers are doing right now creates a better optimized approach for sourcing new pipeline. The other thing that it does is you have a top rep that's kind of not intentionally, but again, they're focused on sourcing their own pipeline. They may not have shared the ways in which they're sourcing their pipeline with the rest of the team. But if you can pull the process out of your best rep on how they're sourcing their pipeline and then operationalize that within your HubSpot, your Salesforce, or whatever CRM you're using in such a way that you can then train the rest of your sales team on how to use that process, and you've created consistency, you can then start to optimize that process over time based on actual data. You've now created a way in which you can scale the work of your best rep. Now, granted, your best rep is probably going to be your best rep, but you've taken it out of just their brain and created it in such a way that it can be replicated. And in the event that they got hit by a bus or won the lottery, either way, they're not going to work tomorrow. You didn't lose the process of that best rep. So again, TLDR, look at your existing data flow to understand how people are entering into your systems and where they are likely to consider your products. It sounds very basic. It's going to take some digging, but if you can figure that out and then actually trigger based off of that as an action that potential customers are taking, you will then have a very sustainable activation play. So again, how do you get started? Identify a potential trigger. You look at your where existing data flows for new business. You can also look at your existing data flow for customer expansion, or you can look at a third-party tool for intent data because there are actually free tools out there that provide intent data. The one that I primarily am using as a free tier would be Propensity. So you can use Propensity for free intent data, the third-party intent data, and they also provide website tracking to de-anonymize your website traffic. From there, build an activation play within your existing technology. If you do not have the ability to do everything, really the core of what you need to figure out how to identify and target people. You then need to have the ability to send them outbound, your sales team outbound, and you need the ability to book a meeting. If you don't have those tools, Propensity, again, free ability to build target account lists, third-party intent data, and website de-anonymization, you can start there. You can use Apollo for free to do contact level enrichment to then sequence those accounts. If you have contact enrichment somehow, some way, you can use a tool like smartly.ai. That's a very inexpensive month-to-month tool to start to sequence these people. And if you have nothing else, use a Calendly or a free HubSpot instance to do meeting booking on a calendar. You can do all of this for no additional dollars. And if you have none of the tech stack, you could do this for literally less than $200 a month. So once you've done that and you've built out that process, it may be a little bit manual to get some of these things exported and imported based on the fact that you don't have an integrated tech stack. That's what you end up paying for, is that scalability. But again, if you're getting started, you can do this pretty easily and effectively with a couple of free tools. And once you've done that, you can start booking meetings like clockwork. So you cannot ask me questions at the moment unless you want to find me on LinkedIn. My name is Mason Cosby. You can connect with me and send me any questions you have, or you can email me directly at mason@scrappyabm.com. I very much appreciate the fact that you gave me a little bit of your time today and hope this was helpful. Thanks.
Thank you, Mason. As Charity said, my name is Jenny. I will be your other co-host. It is now 10 a.m. and the first block of the pre-recorded presentations has just been released. Make sure to check those out. Up next, we have Jonathan Bland and Jason Steele, co-founders of OmniLab. They will discuss how to run an effective LinkedIn ads program. The time is now yours, Jonathan and Jason.
All right, cool.
Hey,
how's it going, guys? Let me get some share screen action going on, see if that works first of all. How are we looking?
Looking good.
Sweet. All right, well, let's get into it. So, well, cool. Well, this is our second time back, so thanks for the invite again to Signals. We presented, I think, the last November or fall or something like that on, again, paid and optimizing for pipeline. But this time we're going to be talking a little bit more about LinkedIn ads specifically to get a little more narrow, because a lot of people in B2B are running LinkedIn ads right now. And so I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. And so we're going to be talking about exactly what you just said and get into it. So you got Jason and myself, we're the co-founders of OmniLab. And so we've been around 3 years. We've worked with more than 100 different B2B SaaS brands. And so typically Series A to Series C. So we've seen a lot of what works, what doesn't work. And so we're going to try to share as many practical and tactical kind of next steps in terms of how to run a LinkedIn ad campaign from all of these campaigns we've run across all these different brands. So that's kind of what we're going to get into. But the first place to kind of really start is really just some philosophical things. And Jason and I are going to kind of go back and forth and make this conversational. And certainly put your comments, questions in the chat if you have any. So a couple of things I guess to think about first is one, LinkedIn's an awareness channel. And so we got to think about how to not only capture, but also create demand with content and messaging. And so that's a really important tenet. And if you think about LinkedIn only from a capture perspective of just generating leads, then you're missing out on a huge opportunity. We've all heard that 95% of people are out of market, 5% in market. And so we need to keep that into consideration. The other big point is to start a little bit broader, right? Now, that doesn't mean like outside your ICP, but it means focusing on people that are still a good fit for you and then slowly whittling that down. And so you might break that out into different segments like decision makers versus end users. You might have different industry segments that are less profitable or convert not as well as others, or maybe there's just audiences that are less active or more active. And so the goal is to find the most engaged people on LinkedIn as a channel and make sure we direct all of our attention to those people because they are the ones that are actually going to get the most impact from our advertising. And the last thing I'll say is, you can't measure everything the same way, right? And so we got to think about, hey, campaigns that are targeting a cold audience that is, say, brand awareness, where the predominant goal is to make them aware of who you are, right? Because they've never heard of you before. So we wouldn't really expect anyone that is trying to buy a 5K, 10K product to just convert right off that ad, right? That makes no sense. And so that means that we need to think about that campaign a little bit differently. And so we wouldn't necessarily measure it all in the same way. So I'll stop myself there. And Jason, if you want to add anything to that specifically, then we can kind of jump into it.
The only thing I would add is creating demand with educational content means not sales collateral masked as educational content.
That's a good point.
Start broad based on historical values where you've won as a company, not theoretical next pie in the sky ideas of who you want to go after. And you can't measure everything the same way. Set proper expectations. Otherwise, yourself, you're going to be disappointed. Your team's going to be disappointed, and your company's going to be disappointed if you don't set the proper expectations, which we'll get into a little bit later.
Exactly. Totally agree. Totally agree. And I think, this kind of ties into the last point that we were just talking about too, which is that, I think the predominant view that everyone has with any type of advertising, right, is put up an ad, get someone to click it, landing page, conversion, right? And that's just the nice, simple path that we all know and love. But the reality is that the majority of people are not clicking on your ads. And that doesn't mean that they're not really impactful. That means that there's a whole lot of different other things they're doing on your ad. And so that might be copying the link. It might be snapshotting the ad. It might be searching Google after they see the ad, typing it directly in their URL box. They might tell a friend. I might say, hey, Jason, man, saw this cool app called a script. Dude, we should check it out. It's pretty cool. We can edit our ums and ahs out of our conversation, stuff like that.
Yep.
Or maybe I save it out or watch a video. The point is, like, there's so many different things that can happen. And so if you're just looking at software attributed UTM parameters appended to contact, then there's a huge miss. There's a huge miss.
Well, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, yo, Jay, good idea on Slack. And I'm going to Google it direct. And I'm going to completely bypass any tracking.
Exactly. Exactly. Which we do all the time, right? And we've got a Slack channel. It's cool tools. And so you guys probably have some of those in your Slack channels or communities or whatever, right? And so if I see a cool tool, usually sometimes from an ad, not always, but sometimes from an ad, I'll just kind of snapshot it or grab the link or even just go directly to the website, just pop it in the cool tools thing so that Jason and I can go back and say, hey, should we think about this for, some other things? So
our cool tools Slack channel is deconstructing tracking across the globe.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately. Yeah. So exactly. So now we talk about goals and measurement, and we could probably do a whole entire presentation on this, to be honest, but clearly we only have 30 minutes, I hope, Charity and team. But at any rate, we'll talk about at least a couple of high level takeaways. And so a couple things to mention are, right, that direct response campaigns scale differently than a brand awareness campaign. Kind of alluded to that earlier. What's a direct response campaign? Any campaign where there's literally one sole goal you want them to take. Download an ebook, download a template, get a demo, whatever it is. There's an offer at the other end of it, and you want them to just do that one thing. Brand awareness is not necessarily conversion based. The goal is predominantly just to get them exposure to the content, consume it, or consume a message from a product marketing page. And so that's the big difference. And we'll go into an example in a second, but just wanted to note there are big differences between those. We need to think about measuring them differently. In terms of consistent namings and UTM structure, Jason, you probably should actually take this one because this is your baby.
I'd say it's the most pivotal thing you can possibly do outside of actually running paid media. Because the second you don't normalize your values, both from a CRM perspective, which we should add to this little second bullet point, to make sure that things are consistent across the board of your company, not only just related to paid media, but especially in paid media, from campaigns to audiences to different tracking mechanisms, conversion tracking across Google Analytics 4 to all the various ways of which we all track things. You're going to wake up one day and you're going to have a question. And if you don't normalize the data properly, you're not going to be able to answer that question. And you're going to go down a rabbit hole of trying to figure out the answer of all this disparaging data that you didn't take the time to set up properly to begin with. So I'd say I would highlight that big.
That's a good point. And because, if you're looking at your LinkedIn ads account right now, or you're thinking about starting it and you're seeing all these different campaign names that really have no sense to them, like that's a call to action. Like we need to get those all the same, but also makes them a lot more searchable within LinkedIn. Make sure UTM parameters are all consistent. So again, just helps keep the organization. So if an agency or in-house team, or whoever's taking it over, keeps it nice and easy for them. Measure influence on leads, deals, and revenue. So this is a big one. This goes back to the point we kind of talked about with not everyone clicking on ads, right? And so we all know that happens. Of course, we'd love it if just everyone clicked our ad and had the nice, easy, simple journey, right? Because that's just easier to think about. But the reality is we can also pull data from LinkedIn's API to look at all the companies that are engaging with our ads and then merge that with data from a CRM system like Salesforce or HubSpot. And so we do this for a lot of our clients where we can say, hey, great, over the last 90 days, $1.5 million worth of pipeline has actually been influenced by LinkedIn. And what that means is just that someone has been exposed to your advertising, but maybe has not clicked, gone to the landing page, and converted with UTM parameters appended. And so we want to recognize that LinkedIn's value is not just about that. So,
and what do we see? We see we turn on paid media, a good multi-channel approach. We see that not everything is attributable like we talked about earlier, but we see overall inbounds start to move in the right direction. Exactly. And then if you pull media away, what happens? Attributable leads go down, but the potential for overall inbound to be impacted as well. So super important to take the full scope when evaluating stuff.
Exactly. And I know for some, maybe you're thinking, influence, like, it's just a dirty way to take credit for everything.
Yeah.
But it's not dirty. It's maybe not source. It's not as good a source, not as fun to talk about. But the reality is, like, if you're not reporting on that, you're missing out on a huge value prop for LinkedIn. And that's what a lot of times leads to people saying, LinkedIn ads doesn't work for me. I'm not seeing any conversions in the channel, and then they just turn it off when really tons of people are being impacted. You just weren't measuring it the right way. So it's something really important to remember. So this is an example of what you might put together. Some of you who are growth managers, CFOs, CEOs, or maybe even marketers in general might have something like this, fairly simplistic. The general idea is, hey, we want to get historical metrics of what performance looked like in the past for those that have already been running LinkedIn ads or a channel. And then we're going to go ahead and make a good, better, and best scenario for different outcomes that might change, right? Based off conversion rate or the amount of money that we're spending, whatever the variable is that we're going to change. And then look down funnel and say, cool, how many leads, pipeline, or revenue does that look like? And so again, this is more for your direct response, like dollars in, dollars out type of campaign. And so we're not talking about brand awareness, consuming ungated content, things like that. We're talking about something with an offer of some kind at the other end. That's where this type of math works best.
And be realistic. Historical metrics don't lie if you use them properly, but be realistic about the good, better, and best situation. If you're going to come to the table and say, well, we're going to increase the lead to close rate by 42% because, Bob over here is just going to maximize the inbound nurture email that we have going out. All right, let's step back and actually see what the realistic goals should be based on your company today, right?
Exactly. Well, that's a good point, because you and I and the rest of the Omni team has these conversations all the time. They're hard ones, right? Where you can do some of this estimation all you want, right? Doesn't mean that those things are going to necessarily happen. There's a lot of different factors. I mean, the auction is constantly changing, right? So people are bidding up, bidding down different audiences. And so you may have some historical metrics that say X, but just because you dump another $10,000 on it doesn't mean it's some linear type of scenario where you're just going to drive 10 more demos for the cost of $100 a demo. And so you'll have to kind of adjust that in your model a little bit, and it'll never be perfect ever. So the idea is just to get a general idea of like, okay, cool. We know that generally when we spend this on our retargeting campaigns, or maybe it's a gated content piece or a template that you're pushing or some type of like really, really cool offer. Just keep those things in mind, because it does change the variables quite a bit. So,
that's a good point. Marketing math is linear. Real life is not. Be flexible.
Exactly. That's why we all love Excel spreadsheets, right?
Oh, yeah.
So then you get the other side, right? So we talked about direct response. This is kind of pulling full circle to our first couple of slides. And so then you got, say, brand awareness campaigns on LinkedIn. And just to call it out right at the end of this, keep watching, because at the end, we're actually going to show you what a structure looks like with how we layer content in a campaign. So you won't want to miss that. These are just some of the fundamental ingredients that go into it. But this one's really important too when you think about brand awareness campaigns. And then you say, okay, great. Our goal is not necessarily to get them to convert right away, because guess what? We're not expecting anyone to buy a 10, 50K, 100K piece of software off the first campaign. Not going to happen. So okay, cool. So what we're going to do is just make sure that we are educating the market on what we do, how we do it, how it works, etc. And then we're going to use ad frequency sets, whether it be 3, 6, 10, whatever we feel comfortable with. Obviously not too much to get into an ad fatigue scenario where people are like, Jesus Christ, I hate these ads. I see them all the time, right? Then we're going to look at the size of the audience and say, hey, great, cool. Is it 100,000? Is it 50? Is it 180, et cetera? That's really, really important, because if the audience is bigger, then we're going to need to think about having a larger budget to reach that audience, or maybe reduce the audience size down if we have a smaller budget. And then the last might be if you've got a historical CPM in there, then we can lock that in, and that allows this whole calculation to work, which happy to share this if anyone wants it through DM Jason or myself on LinkedIn. But then you get a monthly budget where you can say, okay, great. Now I know if I want X frequency with this audience size, and this is my historical CPM, this is what's going to take to actually reach that audience.
And you've got to be really careful about frequency. One, don't get too afraid of a high frequency if it works and it makes sense for your company, right? Yeah. If you're selling to the enterprise, to VP level folks who are going to be in the buying stage at some level of the game, then it's going to take some nurturing over time, and you may have a higher frequency. You got to play to the audience and play to the end goal of what you're trying to sell and who you're trying to sell to.
Exactly, 100%. And the last thing I'd say is people always say, well, how much of my budget should I dedicate to brand awareness versus direct response? I mean, come on, man. We need leads, we need pipeline, we need ops, especially it's Q4. Everyone's in crunch mode right now. And so if you're just getting into it, clearly, if you have a retargeting audience, your lowest hanging fruit is going after the people that are warm, that have already been to your website, that have already engaged with your ads. Clearly, those would be the best people to target initially. And you could do that with a relatively small budget. If you don't have a big retargeting audience, well, then guess what? You're going to need to go build it. And so you can do that obviously outside of paid, but paid's a great way to target directly the people you want to go after, your ICP, with firmographic targeting or a target account list, and get them into that bucket. So that then you can start converting those people into to leads, opportunities, etc. So this is something we always talk about, something kind of a tenet that we always have for any client, but especially for LinkedIn. But again, you want to optimize for opportunities, not just for the lowest cost per lead. It's great if you can get the lead cost down for sure, but not if it compromises quality and not if it compromises the lead opportunity conversion rate. And so that's why we need to make sure that whether it's through offline conversions or whether it's just by looking in your CRM to say, hey, great, okay, for the people that are coming from these campaigns, again, more for your kind of bottom of the funnel direct response campaigns to do this type of thing in, are we making sure that those campaigns are actually driving ops, or are they just creating a lot of leads, a lot of noise for cheap, and none of them are going anywhere? And
100%.
so,
and there's a duality with this slide and just a lot of areas of marketing. There's a trade-off with every decision that you make. If you optimize toward the conversion, fine, fair enough, that's the place to start. But if you don't look at the opportunities created, then you're missing the boat. If you optimize your paid search account for, say, impression share only, you're going to sacrifice something else down the line. You have to have dual layers of association in the way of which you approach this stuff, and because you're going to be left hanging, right? It's not as simple as just go look at this one metric. There are so many other things at play here that you have to address.
Exactly. And you can get this data back in the channel, right? And so, you and I know we've seen tons of people, right? There's a lot of people that are great at LinkedIn ads, but not so great at actually putting the whole picture together and understanding in the CRM what's actually really driving some of those activities lower down in the funnel. And so that's where it gets a little bit more tricky, but something that's really, really important for us all to think about. So targeting your ICP on LinkedIn, I mean, that goes obvious, right? Of course, we want to target our ICP. For those that don't know, it's ideal client profile, right? The best people that are a good fit for your business today, not your TAM. And so what Jason and I always say to any client we work with or any client even we're not working with is that start with a target account list. And so that means you get your sales team's target account list they're going after right now. Maybe it's 100, 500,000 accounts, whatever the number is, depending on how big your sales team is. Make sure that's uploaded into LinkedIn right now. If you do not have one-to-one alignment, then immediately there's a problem there. Why? We've done tests with numerous companies around this where we've seen increased conversion rates off of existing target accounts that the sales team is going after when we've also got LinkedIn ads running at the same time. Because guess what's happening? They're getting nurtured, they're getting exposure. We're playing into the familiarity bias so that when the SDR, the AE reaches out, they're like, oh shit, like I know these guys, I see them all over the place, right? Maybe even organically too, right? But from a paid perspective in this example. And so really, really important thing to keep in mind, easy in quotations to do. Theoretically, if your sales team can just give you the list, and they should have one, every sales team does. Ad exclusions, right? I mean, typical blocking and tackling of any LinkedIn ad account. Don't waste money on people you don't want to advertise to. Simple as that. Competitors, partners, investors, maybe even current customers, depending on the play. And then make sure that you don't, just look at one type of audience. There's a lot of different ways to build audiences. There's the target account list, which we just talked about. There's firmographic using titles. There's job function. There's member skills. There's groups. A lot of different options. You can use intent data from G2, 6 Sense, Bombora. All sorts of different ways. And so the point is not to make it too complex, just focus on 1 to 2 audiences in the beginning stages, understand how those audiences are performing, because you're likely going to reach different types of people. So I'll stop myself there, Jason, if you got another thought on that, but.
I don't think so. Just being specific, which we're going to lead to in this next slide, which shows the kind of the hierarchy. And to your point, the target account list is going to be the prime suspect. But then as you kind of get into the center of the circle, your ICP clearly, job titles being something very specific, job functions being a little bit less specific, seniority, and so on and so forth. The big thing here is to just, again, be realistic with your selection of target accounts that you want to add to your list. It's going to be primarily people that you've done business with in the past. and the firmographics of which follow those individuals, those companies. And if you're an early company that just doesn't have it figured out yet, fair enough. Do a lot of really good testing within the firmographic section of LinkedIn or other channels. Have an assumption, go to bat with an idea and test that idea. But for the companies who do have historical data, that target account list that's a realistic look into where the won deals have come from in the past has to be the starting point.
Exactly. And your ICP may be still a bit broad right now. You may have a whole lot of, maybe you're industry agnostic, or maybe you've got some other, qualifiers in there. And so I think the really important thing, back to LinkedIn ads and testing audiences, kind of what Jason was alluding to a bit, is, we got to think about, okay, great. We got all these industries in here. Maybe there's a better performing one, right? And so when you start to look at performance within the account, which are the industries that are most engaged with your advertising? And so you might decide that, hey, let's take off the last 5, because guess what? Maybe they're just not as active on LinkedIn. That's a great learning. So that way, then you can use the same budget, not increase it, same budget, but have a higher level of frequency and reach more of the people that are the most active on LinkedIn. And so that's the game.
We could talk about this for an hour and a half, right? Or longer, for 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
But another thing that's coming to my mind is, if you have ideas about industries or different firmographic, different companies that you want to expand into as a company, maybe you don't have the history with them, but you want to expand into them, don't include them in the same type of targeting or the same campaign. Don't pretend you can just mush them all together and it's just going to work out, because it's not. Because you have to have one of two things: expectations for each of the different types of audiences, because you're clearly in uncharted territory with the new expansionary types of industries versus the ones you've won into in the past. And so the separation there is really important, I think. And again, that goes into our whole campaign planning and just many, many tiers of things that you need to address with paid media, but an important point.
Yeah, so true. So true. So then we get to kind of messaging and content. Again, this could be, a big area of the whole entire presentation too. But, the couple of takeaways, at least that we always see, is be clear, don't be clever. It's fun to be clever. It's the stuff that you might see on a billboard. But if you're still sitting there saying, like, what do they do and what are they selling and who's this for, then you've lost them, right? It's a wasted opportunity where you could have been a little more clear with your messaging. And again, clear doesn't mean boring and basic. It could be interesting too. It's just that we've got to get the message clear so that ultimately people understand it, and ideally in the voice of the customer, right? So that's the big thing on messaging. And so that applies to, like, product marketing ads, content, you name it, the whole 9 yards, your website. It's a kind of broader topic that we always talk about in marketing. The other is that in the early stages, and again, most of our advice and recommendations come from like Series A to Series C, just so everyone knows. We're not talking about really mature SaaS brands that are $1 billion plus or public companies. And so in this case, when you're building content, you really want to focus on content that directly connects back to your product somehow. And so that may be, hey, I've got these 3 problems, or I have these 8 questions. And so you start creating content out to help answer those, or give them tools, templates, or ways to think about it. But your product is at the end of that, answering the question of how they solve it with your product, right? And so it's not pitching the product, it's still delivering value, but the point is there's got to be some dotted line back. Otherwise, if it's just like, hey, the 5 new advertising tips, and your tool doesn't really do anything with helping them directly do that, then cool, yeah, it's a great piece of content, but people are still wondering, like, what the heck can you do? And that's where you're getting these brand awareness problems, and hey, why aren't we driving high intent demos and stuff like that? So.
And it's important to, be simple. And we're in the B2B space, clearly, as an agency, and a lot of you are as well. You're technical folks. You want to write and show off the technical prowess of the product and yourself as a company, right? But fight that urge in lieu of a very simple message that is clear to someone who's non-technical, because we see that all too often. We see very cool products that want to show off the accolades of the tool in a technical manner, but then fail to relate the message of what's actually happening here from a capability to benefit outcome perspective. And you're going to be fighting for that audience in social and other platforms. And if you don't get that message across in a split second, they're going to bounce. They're not going to have the time for you. So you got to get them with something powerful. Even the most complex products can be made simple and easy to digest from a messaging and content perspective.
Exactly. Simple always wins. Always. It's tough though. I mean, I think people struggle with it, especially when you're the founder, the technical founder, and you're just like, oh, but it does all these cool things. We have to talk about this. And the one little widget over here that talks to that widget, that's cool. And we love widgets. They get in these crazy scenarios where it's like, okay, cool. Like that's awesome. But there's really only like 2 or 3 things that people really care about. We just need to say these 3 things. And again, that comes from testing and learning and getting data. And so it's not like you just know that from the start, but some things to keep in mind. So in terms of like organizing content, how are we on time? So I think we can go a little bit over, I hope, unless I can't see my comment board, but someone say something if we can't. But since we were a little bit late to start, I'm going to assume we have another 5 minutes or so. So there's kind of really 4 content buckets here. So we got thought leadership, content, product marketing, social proof. In the beginning, really your focus has got to be hardcore product marketing and social proof, maybe a little bit of content, but that's really it. Thought leadership is cool, interesting stuff that we should do, but sometimes it can be a little bit too far away from the product in certain cases. And so better just to be really clear up front. What's the product do? How's it work? Is it for me? What's my life look like now? And what's my life look like with the product? And then back it up, de-risk the situation for them. And so that can be done with testimonials, case studies, third-party reviews from G2, whole number of different things. But the point is people want to know that there's already a lot of cool people using this tool. Hopefully, maybe they have a following. They're an influencer. They're someone well-known in the industry, ideally. Those do really, really well. And so if we can use that, then that's like, okay, cool, great. Well, if they're already using it, then I guess I may as well try it out. And now I get what it does because they did a really good job doing product marketing types of ads. And so I'll stop myself there, but that's kind of the core nuts and bolts of this. We could go into details more. What that really leads to then is like, all right, well, then how do we put that into ad creative? And so there's lots of things to kind of think about here. And I'll go through a couple. And Jason, I'm sure has some thoughts too. But it goes back to clear and not clever. And so drive more conversions with shorter forms. Most people know Clearbit, pretty darn clear. It's not only talking about the outcome, but it's also talking about what it is, which is great. And so it's doing both things at the same time. And then at the same time, the visual also matches up really well with the headline. So it's not just a random asset or any kind. It's something that actually raised, okay, cool. So when I put in my email address, got it, it's going to fill in these additional fields. And so that creates the connect for people. So stop myself there. And Jason, if you want to add some things to it too, but
I think it's perfect, and it speaks for itself in a matter of speaking. There's a version of this message that they didn't write, which is not on the screen in front of us, which has to do with advanced APIs and integrations with your backend in order to make forms more accessible. That's what they didn't write. What they wrote is drive more conversions with shorter forms. Everybody understands that. You don't have to understand what an API is to get the message, right? Back to that simplicity.
Exactly. And again, so much to say. We could go on for probably hours on this, but a few high-level pointers. And again, we'll make sure the presentation is loaded up wherever so you guys can access it. Another thing to think about here, some just easy kind of practical templates and takeaways, no theory or anything like that in terms of creating great engaging ads. These happen to be a couple of product marketing related ads. And so you've got the before and after, you've got, hey, what's the thing you can do and the capability it does, or what's a question that a lot of people have, and then how does your product answer with a visual? Or what's a big problem maybe they're unaware or maybe they're aware about, but it's something that's top of mind, like, yeah, you're right, shit, invalid visits will never convert. I don't want invalid visits from bots. How do I solve that problem? Well, you do it with Clixies, so on and so forth. And so these are some examples you can kind of think about. We've done thousands and thousands of ads for companies. These are probably the 4 most used and the ones that also perform the best. There's lots of different variations clearly in ad creative, but if you're looking for a starting point, this is a pretty good one.
And we probably won't be able to get through the landing page slides. So I'd say that these frameworks and this methodology also applies to your website, right? Yeah. The best sections for a landing page involve the before and after, what life looks like today versus what life looks like tomorrow with your product, right? The capabilities, the questions buyers have outlined not only in navigation, but in the actual copy and sections to support their journey, because it's their journey, not your journey you're sending them down, right?
Exactly.
So super important to carry the message through and the framework.
Totally. And to your point, I think, and these are a couple of examples of ads, I think what I want to do just with the time we have is maybe even jump down to, which we only have a couple more slides, but jump down to like what it would actually look like in terms of the campaign structure with a lot of the ingredients that we just talked to. And so let's just jump there real quick, and then we can kind of debrief here, and always feel free to reach out to Jason and I with questions. But this might be a possible campaign structure. And so the real short of this is you're looking at the cold layer on top, prospecting, warm layer on bottom, retargeting. Retargeting is people that have been to your website, engaged with ads. Prospecting, people that haven't engaged with you over a 180-day period or have never engaged with you, never heard about you. And so you might have campaigns in the pink, different squares there. That represent different audiences or different objectives focused on pushing different types of things. In this case, you might have some of the product marketing ads that we mentioned earlier to make sure people understand what it is, how it works, et cetera, because that's really important if the audience doesn't have any context around that before. Or you might actually use some content to answer questions or a problem they have. And then it does it in a slightly, lighter way, right? It's not quite as, hey, here's what we do, here's how the product works, et cetera, et cetera. It's, hey, here's something that's really a really cool template that helps you build out a campaign brief. Here's the 1, 2, 3 step with an example. And hey, if you want to do this automatically, go get our tool. And so that might be an example of something tofu that, again, has the dotted line back to the content, but is still value led and not too pitchy on product. And so then once you get them in, engage in that layer, rolling them down to retargeting, and that's all about just building trust and credibility through some of the things we just talked about, social proof, offers, again, reminding them again what you do from a product marketing perspective. So I'll kind of leave it at that, unless Jason, you want to add another point here, and then we can kind of.
I just say that, we're focusing a lot of this conversation on B2B, and there may be folks out there who are a little bit different, and maybe B2B and possibly with a PLG motion. So there's going to be a world, because none of this is just black and white. This is one example of a plan, and we morph thousands of these plans for our clients, right? But there may be a world where retargeting takes precedent. And that means that people who abandoned carts, for example, or they signed up for a free trial for a B2B software that's PLG led. Well, let's nurture them to the phase of actually purchasing. There are different ways to structure this. It's not a one size fits all kind of thing. Like I always say, marketing is not magic. It's a means of communication. You got to figure out how to communicate with your audience at the end of the day. And every audience is going to be different, right? So I think it's a good look at a B2B plan of the many that we curate, right, Jonathan? But
yeah,
it definitely needs to be adapted to your own methodology.
It's a great point. Exactly. Yeah. There's no one playbook, one framework to rule them all. We all know that. So, well, cool. Well, we'll give you guys back the time, or whoever's up next. And, if you guys have any questions about running paid, we do not only LinkedIn, but Google, YouTube, kind of you name it, across any channel, ad creative, as well as conversion tracking, kind of pull that all together to ultimately drive pipeline for a lot of our clients. So happy to help if we can, or just have a casual chat on LinkedIn. So appreciate the time, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jonathan and Jason. What a great discussion about how to utilize LinkedIn more effectively. Quick announcement, our Demand Gen Blueprint is available, so check out demandgensummit.com to download that. Our next speaker is Vladimir. Vlad is the co-founder of fullfunnel.io, where they help B2B tech brands implement full funnel marketing operations to drive awareness and demand. His discussion today will encompass how to blend ABM and demand gen to drive more revenue. Take it away, Vlad. I think you're muted.
I was asking if you can see me, hear me, so that was a good question to ask.
Yes, you're seen. Good to go.
All right, perfect. So thanks a lot for the intro, and thanks everybody for being here. Really excited to dive into this topic. I don't hear a lot of people talking about it. So what I want to do in the next 25 to maybe up to 30 minutes is just share with you the framework of how we are thinking and implementing, let's say, the cohesive ABM and demand gen, and how that helps you drive more revenue. But I actually want to share with you a concrete case so you see an example of how that works in action, because that is especially something that we don't see often enough. So with that out of the way, I wanted to first just address something that we see in the market, which is kind of the fundamental mismatch between, and maybe some of you know this, some of you have seen this, but it's all about how the buyers buy and how we market to them. And I want to share with you in a concrete example. So I think we have all seen this. So the linear buyer journey that doesn't exist. And this is how a lot of B2B companies, like, maybe they don't think about it explicit, but this is how a lot of B2B companies wish their buyers buy, right? But especially when it comes to complex B2B, 5+ figures, 50K plus a year, these kind of buyers don't see an ad, download an ebook, decide because they received the 5th nurture email, and then they decide to buy. They decide because usually something happens in their business to shift their priorities to the kind of challenges that you can solve to them. And then they buy from brands and people that they like, that they know, like, and trust. And they take also recommendations from their network and the people who they trust. So this is unfortunately how still a lot of companies market. And as I'll show in a moment, it doesn't work that well. Now, we actually took the time to map out a real buyer journey. And this was just us trying to map a concrete example. And we all already know that we have missed a big bunch here. Like, there's a lot of stuff that happened that we are not aware of. Now, we had in-depth conversations with this customer, mapped all of these steps. And unfortunately, they don't have, I think it would be fun to really go through all of these steps. Unfortunately, don't have the time for that. So I just want you to like note 2 things here. So, and the first thing is that what you can see here, it was a process of about 6 months. So demand is built over time, over a long time, and across many different touch points in the buyer journey. And the second point that I want to take away, that I would like you to take away from this, is that many of those touch points happen outside of the funnel, happen on the so-called dark social, or on the channels where you don't have attribution, where you're not really aware of what's going on, and you can't really track those interactions, or you can't even attribute, of course, your sale to them, okay? And so if you have this kind of a buyer journey, and then on the other hand, you're trying to market in this way, you can see where the fundamental mismatch is. And unfortunately, the sad reality is that these are the kind of campaigns that we see in, and I mean, we've probably audited more than 100 B2B companies with high ACV, like always 5-figure plus, usually it's 50K plus a year. So just to give you the context, B2B tech companies. And this is what we see. We see programs either on the one hand side, which are really focused on MQLs. And then you hear, like this was an example where we had like almost 20K MQLs generated over a period that we were looking at. Well, as you can see actually in that year, but only 0.2% of those ended up as actual close won deals, okay? Ended up as revenue. And then on the other hand, you have, these are kind of demand gen campaigns that we see. And then on the other hand, you have ABM campaigns where you have, in this case, what was it? More than 1,000 accounts, which is crazy actually, if you think about it, for an ABM campaign, and basically 2 sales qualified opportunities, and only well, actually no deals, no close won deals. And this was like going on for a bit more than 6 months. They spent $250,000, I think, on this campaign. It was kind of a pilot, but still, it's just amazing to see that this is happening. This is the sad reality. And so what I want to address now is like why this happens, like what are the things that we miss, and also give you an example, a concrete example of how I believe we should fix that and what we see works these days. So what do most companies miss? Well, there is a bit of foundational stuff, a bit of fundamentals that is missed. But when you think about demand generation, gone are the days where you could just create something like catalyzing the AI revolution ebook and expect to drive traffic and pipeline. Demand generation for B2B buyers today requires top-notch expertise content that's aligned with the buyer journey. Basically, you want to make sure that your content is addressing the questions and objections that your buyers have as they move through the buyer journey. And since, as you saw, most of the buyer journey happens on dark social, the only way for you to figure that buyer journey out and the questions that they have is to actually run customer interviews. And that's something that we see a lot of companies miss, right? That's the number one. And number two is many companies do kind of random acts of marketing. This is actually one of our clients use this word, like random acts of marketing. But anyhow, kind of disconnected, different marketing campaigns based on some brainstorm, based on some ideas, of course, trying to link it with some sort of product launches or otherwise. But if you remember, since demand is built over a long time and across many touch points, consistency here is a key. So you need to build a kind of a regular cadence or a calendar, whatever you like to call it, of these demand gen activities. And this is just an example of the calendar that we run at Full Funnel. Okay, so let's go on and get to the meat of the presentation. And first, like I said, I want to present the framework, and then I want to give you a concrete example. So, and this is like the third thing that is missed that we see is there is demand gen without ABM for high value deals, for high value accounts. There's companies leaving a lot of money on the table, or vice versa. There is ABM that is run basically as kind of a lead generation or pipeline generation program that also doesn't work. The only way that you can make them work is if you make them work together. And so I'm not going to go into the details of this framework, but just want to kind of point out a few things. So what you have here on the top left, demand generation. So you have a bunch of demand generation activities, you have some demand capture activities, and then you have basically buyers that are ready to buy, some buyers are not ready to buy. Buyers that are ready to buy and they have chosen you for their consideration, you ended up on their consideration set, they know how to reach out to you, right? And your only job is to get out of their way, to make this simple, like to remove as much friction as possible from your funnel and make it easy for them to book the call with the right AE, right? Hopefully using some sort of a tool to qualify them automatically. They don't have to jump through hoops and speak to the SDR and then be transferred to the IE and all of these things. But basically that's one part of the funnel. Now, the other part of the funnel, that's like everything that happens on the right-hand side, is the ABM. So what does it mean? It means that basically every day we see target accounts that spend sometimes north of 1-2 hours on our website with multiple buyers, multiple people checking out, not just bouncing of a blog post, but actually checking high intent pages, right? So you have like 3-4 people checking high intent pages like product and pricing page, but they're still not reaching out to us. And these are potentially 6 or even sometimes for some of our clients like 7-figure potential deals that are not yet booking the call with you. Why? There could be different reasons. We don't know, but it could be that they didn't find the information they were looking for. Maybe they misunderstood something. Maybe because they buy as a team or as a buying center, they got a question from a colleague they couldn't address, a critical question or a critique they couldn't address, right? So there could be anything. So what our goal with ABM is to generate awareness across the whole buying committee, across the whole buying center, and generate awareness of how we are different and why we are worth buying in a way that makes sense to that account, essentially. So this is where the ABM starts. But you're unlike a lot of ABM programs, you're not just taking a wish list of accounts, but you're actually sourcing them from your demand gen. That's kind of the main point here. And just to kind of wrap it all up, at the bottom, you might be able to see you have as well some after the deal is won, obviously I also have customer success, advocacy, expansion. So this is also what we look at in ABM. We don't look at just top of funnel, but really what we look at is at the full picture. Okay, so let me now take you through this framework, but through an example. This is what I promised, and this is what I'm going to do right now, right? So how we do this, to generate, let's say, opportunities with more than 20% of our target accounts, and step-by-step case study. Let's go for it. And the first step in the whole process of ABM, is sourcing the account from demand generation. Okay, and this is, you saw these terrible results, thousands of accounts, 2 sales qualified opportunities, no deals, or whatever, 16,000 MQLs and or what was it, 0.02% or 0.2%, close won deals. So we studied a ton of failed campaigns, and we studied also dozens of campaigns, and some of them from our clients and ourselves that generated millions in revenue. And the one thing that distinguishes these failed campaigns from successful ones is how we source the accounts for ABM, right? And so how do a lot of companies source them? They source them basically, like I mentioned, a wish list. So, they go to the sales manager, and the sales manager gives basically the top, Fortune 500's largest Fortune 500 companies from the reps territory, and they assign them to reps, and these are sent to you as a ABM team, and then you need to work on them. Or maybe you do some broad firmographic criteria, like the campaign that I mentioned, which included thousands of financial service companies in North America, or whatever region. And sometimes they source them from some sort of like content syndication providers or otherwise. Okay, so when you do that, what is the problem with that? Why doesn't that work? Is because there is no intent. We don't know if they're even looking, if they have a need. They don't know our brand. Unless you're a category leader, you usually don't know your brand. And most often, when you look at these larger accounts, these wish list accounts, you might not even have a reasonable chance of closing that deal. And for those enterprise deals where you could have to spend 12, sometimes 18 months chasing a deal that you have less than 10% of closing, most of the companies just simply cannot afford that, right? So this is the bad way. What is the good way, as depicted here, is basically sourcing them from the demand gen programs. So I want to share with you an example, but just like the framework here is companies that are an ICP fit, high value accounts. Like we kind of like dive deeper to understand, and then we prioritize by engagement, intent, potentially viral, depending on how what kind of information you have. And we want to understand, do we consider this that are past a certain defined engagement intent threshold? Basically, this is how you want to source the ABM account. So let me show you concretely, right? So this is an example of that. During a case study, it was actually a live webinar that we ran, and we just used this to generate a sales qualified opportunity within 50 minutes, and it really worked. I thought Andre was crazy when he proposed to do that, but it worked. And so we went to our primary source of first parties intent data. I'm not talking about content syndication. I'm talking about some indication that some accounts might be interested in some topics. I'm talking about like companies like here, where you see a very relevant company for us, checking. In our case, consulting is kind of a product, or in a pricing page, checking very relevant content, 3 visitors, how much time they spend. I think they spent, I don't have this information, but it was like more than 2 hours, right? Okay, so we decided to select this account. Okay, what happens next? Okay, so the next question is, okay, what do you do with that account? We need to research and personalize our messaging. So that's what ABM is all about. It's about marketing to a specific account. How do we do that? Well, in this case, we started the research. So the first thing we found out is by even just simply looking at a LinkedIn sales nav. They won a Series C. They hired a bunch of salespeople. They hired a bunch of marketers. So the initial hypothesis would be like, okay, they have won an investment and they probably have a high pressure to grow. Okay. So then we went and we checked their website. And there we saw a couple of things. Well, we saw that actually it wasn't an investment, but it was an acquisition from Xero, which is like accounting solution, right? And we also saw that while they have a lot of SMB customers, they are kind of trying to push specific, enterprise verticals and upper mid-market and enterprise case studies, logos, etc. Okay, and then our final hypothesis, so we did a little bit more research, but already now we can start formulating hypotheses. So what is a hypothesis here? So the hypothesis is that there is an ambition to grow and a pressure to show results because of the investment. The ABM motion, so they were checking ICP, they were checking ABM content, right? So our assumption is they want to roll out an ABM motion. Why? Because they need to move up market. Why? Because their parent company, Xero, I guess, once they have a ton of SMB customers, so they can use their existing customers as a go-to-market for that solution, for Plende in this case. So they need to focus their marketing on the upper mid-market and enterprise. So, and specifically where they are in the buyer journey, they're now working on refining their ICP as they introduce the ABM motion. So this took us about 10 minutes to research and hypothesize, right? So we take this now and we start basically refining our messaging and what we do and how we market to that account. So let's look at the next step. So in the next step, we want to identify the buyers, to map out the so-called buying center, and we want to start basically distributing this personalized messaging to them. So in this case, okay, so this was a tier 2 according to our account segmentation, where we know part of our ICP, we know, okay, for tier 2, we know that our champion usually is either VP of marketing, or in this case, they didn't have a VP of marketing. It was director of growth marketing. This sometimes happens. And then the decision maker might be a CMO. It might be other people who are involved. But since this was a live case study, we decided to focus on this one gentleman, director of growth marketing. So what happens next? We obviously need to select and start researching these target buyers. And so what we very soon discovered as we were researching the target buyers is it kind of like confirmed our hypothesis, is that they were doing this changing or transforming their marketing from SMB to enterprise, because a lot of their people didn't really have the SMB skills all over the place. So that's why they're checking us out as a vendor, because they need to learn these skills and transform their marketing function, right? So that was another piece of the information. So we now have the buyer. We know we mapped out our buying center. We have some insights and hypotheses. So what is next? Next, we want to split the engagement. So what does it mean? It's kind of like multi-threaded engagements. As you can see here on the left, we have our different roles in our team, right? With sales and marketing team versus the different buyer roles. So you kind of like split the different buyers between the key people that are involved in your ABM motion, okay? And these are usually marketing and sales profiles. Okay, so in this case, because we were live and it was just the two of us, Andre and myself, we split that one person, but we split the activities between the two of us. So what did we do? In the next step, what you want to do is you want to start engaging with the buyers and the buying committee. And there are different playbooks that you can use. You can start engaging on social. You can use one-to-few events, one-to-one events. You can use, there's community plays. You can use a lot of like co-creation. So let's just show the concrete examples that we used, and we used this live. And the first thing was Andre found a post from our target buyer where he was actually commenting on Chris Walker's post and asking some questions about attribution. Okay. Now, what was interesting about it was, again, an evidence or piece of evidence for a hypothesis of going from SMB to enterprise. And so that was a great opportunity for Andre to engage with him and to also educating about the difference in attribution when it comes to enterprise versus SMB. So what you see here is obviously like engaging, posting a thoughtful comment makes it easier for you to connect to them, but also it's actually, if you think about it, like personalized content in ABM is not just about, producing whatever piece of content and then distributing it to the target account, but actually in this case, comment is that perfectly personalized one-on-one personalized piece of content, right? So that's what happened next. And then meanwhile, because we kind of split it, I started engaging with him. And the first step was to send him a personalized invite. So that's another thing you can do, right? And you can see that I used the fact that we were doing live on stage and writing this invite live on stage. He loved it. He accepted this. I, dropped the screenshot here, right? And he loved it. So we started chatting, and I decided to use another playbook. And in this case, this was content co-creation. So I invited him to join our podcast. And the interesting thing here is just, if you just read this message. So, well done, spot on, hitting me at the right exact time. Okay, so this is the first bit. That's why, because we generated the demand, we saw that they were highly engaged. It was very timely. This happened like a few days before that. They were just in that moment. They still didn't reach out to us, right? But look at the response. Like, it felt like, okay, we are reaching in just the exact time, almost like we are reading his mind, right? And then he's saying, happy to share thoughts from the inside, can tell you exactly where I am in terms of needs of the budget on ABM efforts plan day. So this is, of course, a dream come true, right? That, by the way, all happens within those 50 minutes, okay? So this was really cool because, again, I invited him to a podcast interview. There's many different ways which you can run this co-creation plays. But this allows you to dive deeper and to really understand exactly these kind of things, like where they are in terms of their ABM or whatever you're selling, right? Where they are, what the priorities are, what the challenges are, etc. And of course, to build a relationship and all these nice things. And then what happens after that, I mean, that was actually already generated, let's say SQL, quote unquote. But what happens after that is, after that conversation, now we can go even deeper and even more personalize our approach to whatever we learn about them. So this is just an example of a direct mail, again, one-on-one personalization that we sent after having a conversation with the buyer, where they shared like very specific challenges that they had. And so I'm not writing at all, about generic challenges and priorities, but I'm actually positioning our solution perfectly within what I've learned their top priorities are and what is important to them and all of these things, right? So this works really well. We usually get 100% response rate on this kind of direct mail that is so personalized for those types of accounts, right? And, always picking an attention-grabbing present or a gift. In this case, it was a book, because we knew that this person, the CEO, was into cycling in the Alps, so we bought him the book with the best stores. This guy was into doing stuff. It was Christmas, and he liked to make stuff together with his family, so we built a really nice personal puzzle that he could build. And so that's kind of course, how you stand out and create attention, right? And this is kind of, I think, the end of the case study. But this is usually, unfortunately, not the end. Unfortunately, that's the reality, not the end of the sales process. So even if you have selected your accounts in the best possible way, best possible accounts, they're highly engaged, they have intent, it still, of course, doesn't mean that they are going to buy from you at that moment. So what you want to do is you want to keep nurturing them until they're ready to buy, because you want to kind of stay branded as a top provider in your space, so that when they're ready, they think of you. And so how can you do that? Just a couple more examples. You can obviously keep on engaging them on the places where they hang out. If that's LinkedIn, again, you can keep posting comments. You can actually create relevant posts. We have a client that is amazing in this. So he creates like posts, finds news about the account, and then creates a post about it. That he does this beautifully. And then obviously you can include them in specific retargeting campaigns. But also, like, especially when you have audience that is technical, that may be not as active on social, also finding like niche communities or niche associations and engaging there is another great way that you can kind of stay top of their mind. And with that, I'm coming on 28 minutes, I think. And so maybe there are questions. I could take one or two, I believe. Let me know what you thought of the presentation otherwise, before I'm going to log out. But in any case, thank you so much for being here and for your attention. I hope you got some value out of this.
Thank you, Vlad. I mean, really great conversation on ABM and demand gen. If you don't follow Vlad on LinkedIn, you definitely should check him out. I personally follow him, and he has so many great insights. Definitely worth the time. Thank you again, Vlad.
Thank you, Jenny. Thanks for having me. Take care.
Okay, so before we go on to our next speaker, we do have our next release of pre-recorded sessions. Like we've said before, just check them out at thedemandgensummit.com. Up next, we will be joined by Matthew Ward, Managing Director and Partner, and he'll be presenting with Scott Rhodes, an Associate Director from Boston Consulting Group. They are truly experts when it comes to demand gen, and you'll want to stick around. They'll be discussing how to get marketing and sales to speak the same language. I'm going to hand it off to you guys. Let's see, add in your presentation. You guys are good to go.
Excellent. Great. Real quick check. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, Scott. So hopefully you can hear me.
I got you, buddy.
All right. So let's jump into it. So Scott, we're seeing the screen flickering back and forth.
Okay.
There you go. Now we're good. All right. So Scott and I are going to chat on how to get marketing and sales speaking the same language. Now you might be wondering, why do I see Chewbacca and C-3PO on here? And normally when I'm sitting at my home, you'll see pictures of both of them behind me. And the reason why that is, between marketing and sales, it's always like that constant finger pointing between a brother and a sister. Like it's always somebody pointing the finger saying, you know what, it's your fault. You do this wrong. I do that wrong, and just keep playing that game. And so what ends up happening though, is when you think about marketing and sales is at the end of the day, we're speaking different languages. And Chewbacca in this case is the guy who just barks orders and speaks one language. And you've got C-3PO who speaks 6,000 languages. Now, the argument can be made either way. You can decide who's who between marketing and sales. So in the next slide, if you jump to that, Scott, you'll see We've labeled ourselves. This by no means that Scott barks one language and that's marketing, and sales is to speak 6,000 languages and the smart one. That is certainly not the case. The point being is that, between the both of us, we're constantly playing these roles, and neither one of us, even though one can speak 6,000 languages, neither one of us communicate in the same one.
I always remind Matt that when C-3PO gets pulled apart, it's Chewbacca that puts him back together and carries him out. So marketing's always there to support you, buddy.
That's a good point. So at the end of the day, what we're going to talk about today is the consistent theme that we see. There often exists a disconnect between marketing and sales teams. And, Scott and I both come from a practitioner lens as well as on the consulting side now. So we'll do some quick intros and then we'll jump into it and get to the content. So again, my name is Matt Ward. I'm Managing Director and Partner at Boston Consulting Group. I've got a tremendous amount of sales experience throughout my career. Did Series A startup Everbridge from Series A through IPO, did anything you can think of sales related, and then took that knowledge that I learned to BCG, where we do consulting from PE backed and VC backed startups all the way through
Fortune 10 companies. So I've got a couple clients that are actually Fortune 10 companies. And so it doesn't matter how big or small you are, we're coming across the same problems, right? It's always this constant finger pointing between marketing and sales. And so that's a bit about me. I'll pass it over to Scott.
Great. Awesome. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to be playing Chewbacca today. My name is Scott Rhodes, Associate Director here at BCG. Like Matt, I come into BCG with a pretty deep background from the marketing side. I've started agencies, built them, sold them. I've done branding work at Universal McCann, large digital work at Razorfish. I one time sat on the advisory board at ExactTarget when I started the CRM practice at Razorfish. My background covers a lot of everything from pretty deep in MarTech, understandings of how do we take marketing, think about first-party data, build marketing programs and strategies around scalability, right? Which is really at the heart of a lot of where we see marketing and demand capabilities today is how do I build marketing programs that are scalable beyond just ABM, which is very personal one-to-one. How do I think about my broader audience? So throughout my career, I've helped a number of clients, like Matt, working with everything from Fortune 10 all the way down to startups, helping them begin to tackle this problem. And one of the things that Matt and I really do a lot of work with is really sitting at that intersection between marketing and sales, helping clients really think about how they can begin to build better connectivity between those organizations and build better alignment so we can speak the same language. So that's kind of a little bit that we're going to kind of run through today. So some of the kind of fun part, and I think we've all heard this, right, is these things that we hear from our clients, these things that we hear from within our organizations, this, like Matt says, this finger pointing, or just really kind of saying, hey, look, this is not in my domain, but this really comes back to this disconnection between these marketing and sales organizations, right? Where we see them we're talking about the same thing, but we're not speaking about it in the same way. And so one of these kind of areas of misalignment we kind of run through is like starting at the point of classification. How do we think about our best clients? What are our strategic accounts? And one of the things that we hear from marketing on marketing side all the time is, sales is classifying everything as a strategic account, right? We've walked into clients where we've seen thousands of accounts locked up in their strategic account list, right? And that's virtually impossible to build an ABM program or something like that around that. So we also see this challenge around leads, right? And how leads are being transferred and passed off. Marketing, we hear it all the time. Hey, we're sending these leads. We're sending opportunities to sales, and we never hear back from them, right? We don't even know if they're following up on them. That's a huge, huge challenge, right? Immediately, another point of disconnection. One of the things that we always hear too on the marketing side is, hey, man, we delivered against our MQL targets. We hit our KPI. We're not responsible about revenue. That's a sales area of responsibility. That's crazy, absolutely crazy. And it's something that we're going to dive into today around how we really kind of get our organizations kind of swimming all in the same way, in the same direction, towards the same goals.
Yeah, and
some of the fun things that you hear on your side.
Yeah, and in typical finger pointing fashion, right? Like for everything that marketing says, and at the end of the day, we're all in sales, so we're all really good at defending ourselves and putting blame back on somebody else. But in this case, it's like, well, great, like sure, you're going to send me a bunch of leads, but I don't even know how you score those leads today. So if I get a lead that's whether I got 4 flames or I score of 100, however you guys are scoring it, like as soon as I get that thing, it's like, well, man, this thing's a piece of garbage. Like, how the heck did you score this thing? And then, well, wait a second, you send me a bunch of MQLs, but everything's an MQL. I mean, we literally have had clients where they are sending tens of thousands of MQLs, right? So it's like, how do I treat anything differently? And then, it's like at the end of the day too, as a seller, like when I get these things that come in through the door, it's like, oh, great, here comes another tiny one. Or they sent me something that I'm already working. So great, they're going to take credit for that one. And back to Scott's last point, yeah, sure, they hit their MQL targets, but I was already working that thing. And so,
Right.
so it's like this constant finger pointing and battling instead of being that symbiotic, togetherness, right? Where we should be working together and really be driving towards the same thing. So that's really the topic of what we're going to cover today. Is we're going to get into a whole lot of data in typical consulting fashion as well. So we're going to get into a lot of data and really talk about some of the tactical and practical things that you guys can put together today.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're going to start off with is, I think, one of the earlier presentations kind of made a joke about how here we see a funnel, right? And here is a direction that, absolutely no customer actually follows through in a very pure linear fashion. But understanding and locking down this is a good context as we begin to think about what are these kind of different stages that any buyer, any customer may move through, any one or all of these stages in any way. And again, it's always nonlinear. But what we're going to kind of talk about today really is what are these kind of four kind of core dimensions that we see across the bottom that really create opportunities for us to apply some very tactical approaches to begin to build better alignment between our two organizations, right? And I think it's one of the reasons that Matt and I wanted to pick this topic today, beyond Chewy and CP3O, is this is an application, or this is something that we can all apply to our business. It's really around how do we get our teams working better together, communicating better together, and swimming in that same direction. And that's something that we can all work on. It's something that we see and hear at every level of organizational size, scale, industry. So some of the things that we're going to kind of hit on today is, these four aspects. Number one, kind of demand planning, right? How do we kind of come together, collaboratively begin to build more of an integrated demand strategy, tactics, and how we're going to begin to tackle this. Really define who are we going to go after and how are we going to do this, right? Qualification, right? To Matt's point, how do we get on the same page as far as how we define an opportunity? When marketing passes an opportunity over to sales, we want sales to say, yes, that is a target customer. They fit. Yes, this is the right people I would need to be talking to. And this is the right information I need to have to be able to have a good conversation with them, which leads into that third point, right? Shared insights, right? This is really an incredible one that we see so many challenges with so many of our clients. And it really kind of comes back to how do we build trust? How do we build data trust? And so addressing this idea of how do we consistently kind of elevate the right data and insights between our teams. And then finally, and this is one thing that Matt's going to definitely hit on, because this is one of his pet peeves, and I think one of his soapbox aspects is shared responsibility, right? How can we think about building the right metrics, measurements, as well as getting our teams aligned on not only a shared goal, but having the shared responsibility of what we're trying to achieve. Is that a business objective of 35% growth of a specific product line in a geographical region for a specific segment? Fantastic. Marketing's on the hook for that. Sales is on the hook for that. So how do we build that shared responsibility along not only how we measure success, but how we achieve it? All right, so jumping in, I'm going to dive into each one of these real quick and have a kind of conversation as we kind of see some of the aspects and kind of give some kind of tactical advice around each one of these areas. So the first one we're going to hit on is demand planning. So one of the things that we really see here as we kind of think about demand planning, and one of the challenges that we see is, about 40% of most of the companies that we see, and we ran a survey with AAISP that identified about 40% of companies, really less than 40%, really have an effective feedback loop between their organization, between those two groups, between marketing and sales, right? So if I have these these poor feedback, and there's not good communication and feedback between one another, how do we evolve? How do we get better? And how do we set a strategic plan? And that's just absolutely crazy, right? This is the fact that organizations today don't have a high cadence communication between marketing and sales, and not only how we define and set and build our plan, but how do we begin to achieve that? What does the pipeline metrics look like? How does the pipeline performing? What are we executing within that pipeline and within our teams to execute and build that pipeline? So making sure that we have that good communication. So this really kind of comes to these kind of 4 key points that we're going to hit on, right? Number 1, start from the top, right? Let's build organizational kind of OKRs or objectives. This builds alignment around senior leadership of what we're trying to achieve. And then we can begin to build from those strategic objectives. What are those operational goals as we think about pipeline? And then tactical goals as far as how are we going to begin to achieve and build that pipeline. So starting from the top and working down through and building nesting objectives through each one of those stages. Second point is really, we've heard a lot about this today, ABM, right? And ABM can mean 1,000 different things. But as we think about, and from a strategy and planning perspective, it comes down to really building and defining what are those ICPs. Are we clearly on the same page, both philosophically, strategically, and objectively about how we're going to define what are our tier 1 accounts, right? It's not 3,000. What is it? What are those key and strategic accounts? What are our tier 2, tier 3? And beginning to build our plan and our strategy, our growth goals, tailored around that fundamental understanding and definition as far as how we're defining our accounts, our personas within them, and how we're going to build an integrated plan to achieve our growth goals per segment. One of the things that, and this is a critical, is let's leverage our historical data, right? Nobody is closer to our clients and our customers, our prospects throughout this whole entire process than sales. When leads come down, sales are the teams that are involved with each individual involved in that buying process, each of those personas. They're working them. They understand their hesitations. What are their core challenges? When we win deals, when we lose deals, who's in those deals? So leverage that wealth of data to really help us kind of inform that ICP model and really hone in not only on how we really think about our accounts, which ones are closing, where do we have a right to win, what messaging is getting through, but also like as we think about who's in those deals. It's funny, we had one client that it was marketing always thought that we needed to market towards VPs. And the sales team, as we looked at historical wins and losses, almost the majority of the time when a VP was involved in a deal, they did not win, right? And so that's a perfect example of understanding that historical data that we see within the sales team to help really evolve that understanding. And this comes back to this final point, this feedback loop, right? What we should see on this left side is that marketing and sales has routine conversations consistently, not just as we need it. We need to have structured feedback loops as we set our annual plans, as we think about it quarterly. How are we performing against our pipeline? As we think about it monthly, what deals are moving up and through that pipeline? And weekly, as we think about tactics, heads up, what's working, what's not. These deals are coming through. Hey, sales, get ready. I'm about to, this customer just hit. So having that built-in structured feedback loops is absolutely foundational to not only build this kind of demand plan, but keep us on the same page throughout the process as we're beginning to execute against it.
Yeah, and Scott, I mean, these are great points. And as we think about these things too, and as we look at the survey data too, and the one thing I'll remind you is that the survey data was some of the largest companies. They're all probably Fortune 500 companies, right? So they're all large companies. So some of you might be sitting here saying to yourself, well, I'm a much smaller company. We do these things more ad hoc. It's a lot easier. But as you grow, like building that structure in place is going to be really key to make sure that you've got the forum to have this feedback put in place, because there's different types of feedback loops too, right? There's the data feedback where I've got my tools lined up, which is a challenge of itself, getting CRM and getting, lead objects to fix it, to sit with the opportunity objects and converting and all that fun stuff when it comes to CRM. But
Yep.
you know, there's that one piece of those feedback loops, but there's so much qualitative knowledge. There's so much tribal knowledge that exists that never makes it anywhere in CRM. It's living in sellers' heads. It's living in other places. And so having those forums where you're coming back and saying, and being able to mix the qualitative with the quantitative data to come up with the best answer together is really, really, really critical. And the only way you do that is by having these formal meetings and actually having objectives and those OKRs that come out of it that drive really the results.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yep. And it's the last thing I close on that point is it evolves everything, right? That feedback from sales helps us evolve the messaging, our targeting, every aspect around it. As we see, you know, sales saying, "Hey, look, I'm having too many conversations around a specific topic that's really more educational around a product or, you know, a feature or functionality." That tells us, hey, maybe we need to elevate more messaging earlier in the funnel to improve kind of education around that feature set. Let's jump on to qualification. So as we look at qualification and we define this, one of the things that we saw, you know, is again, less than 15% of kind of firms today are really using any type of more advanced kind of science-based approach as we kind of define leads. And so, you know, that's a huge opportunity for us to begin to better utilize data, better utilize, you know, analytics and historical information to kind of evolve and think about how we can build better automation and better accuracy into how we define qualification. But one of the first steps as we kind of begin to tackle this is, to that earlier slide, is how do we unambiguously define each stage of the funnel? So many times we walk into companies and we work with clients, is one of the first stages is really kind of locking this down. You know, marketing doesn't just go from unaware to an MQL, right? How do we kind of begin to think about anonymous to known traffic? How do I match that against a target? How do I think about them and align them to a prospect and begin to move them through a more structured approach that helps us build marketing programs against that funnel stage, and locking down not only the stages, but what are the qualifying events, qualifications, metrics at each one of those stages. So we're aligned with marketing and sales and organizationally how people need to progress and how we need to move people through. A couple of the other aspects around that, as we think about and we talk about the building a model, thinking about it multidimensionally, right? Making sure that we match a fit, who these companies really look like, that ICP modeling. Engagement, how do we think about what are the right levels of engagement, and as well as an intent. An intent can take on multiple aspects, from an intent score, intent data, as well as kind of velocity metrics. How are they moving through and engaging with content? How many people are involved from an organization? So beginning to step back and think about those three different dimensions as we build those models, and begin to tailor those around your account modeling, right? So how we think about and move leads through for a tier 1 versus a tier 3 are going to be completely different. Another aspect of really is around defining and aligning that pipeline routing rules. And this is a critical one, right? Making sure that marketing and sales are on the exact same page, not only about these tiers and how we're going to score them, but how are we going to move people through it? What does the fast track look like? When do I need to move somebody and accelerate them through to sales? What are the SLAs between that? As soon as something happens, how quickly can I get that opportunity over to sales? And how does sales need to follow up with them? Making sure that we have right escalation aspects. If that lead isn't followed up on, how quickly can we make sure that that's escalated to a manager so that it can follow up, and rerouting rules. So just think about this is once we build all the pipes, making sure that all the rocket fuel of these opportunities and leads are flowing through those pipes in a correct way. Finally, making sure that we have clearly understood and defined ownership and handoffs.
Yeah, and I just say too, is to add, like, actually one of our senior advisors, Jerry Elliott, she's the ex-CRO of Cisco, Microsoft, IBM, a bunch of other companies as well. You know, she used the word, actually, she corrected me when I said handoffs the other day, and she actually said it's handshake, right? And so as we think about handshakes, like, how do we make sure that we are handshaking, you know, when we're doing the marketing and sales handoff? Like making sure that's truly a shake, that we're truly in agreement with what's coming across. And as Scott mentioned, like, the definitions are critical. I can't tell you when we get into our clients and you ask, it doesn't matter whether you ask sales or marketing to define their stages, everybody's going to give you a different answer, even if it's written down somewhere, right? Because it's written down, somebody wrote it down somewhere, and then it was thrown in a black box somewhere and disappeared, and nobody ever pulled it out again, right? It's got to be constantly something that is being pulled back up and being brought back up and continuing to test. Same thing as Scott mentioned with the SLAs. We have clients of ours that actually what they started building in is SLAs, because we all know how fast and how important, like, the people's need to get response right away. When you know somebody's on your website, like when you want the information, you want it now. We have clients that would actually pull it from sellers if they didn't respond to it within a certain amount of time. So they've got tools that literally looks at the time. I handed it to you. You didn't get to it fast enough. I'm pulling it and giving it to somebody else. So like, there is a lot of different things that you can do there. That's really important. And I think it's probably a good segue into the next one, Scott, which is, you know, as we think about the insights, because that handshake that you send, that data that you send over to marketing or from marketing to sales is critical. And the second that a seller doesn't trust that information, if it's one time, they throw it out and say, "Oh, I'm never going to trust that again," right? And it's crazy to think that way, that people are like that, but we are like that. It's like, you show it to me one time, I'm going to take that as gospel, and so I have to constantly be building that trust and constantly have those feedback loops in place, so I can also see when the trust falls off. And so that way, as a marketing organization, when I see that something's not getting responded to, I can quickly go back to sales and say, "Hey, what's happened here?" And they'll tell you, it's like, "Hey, all of a sudden, I started getting a bunch of web forms that had Mickey Mouse at abc.com. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you know what? We put a new web form up where we didn't have the checks and balances in there. And we've actually seen this for, you know, very, very large companies where you don't have some of the most basics in place, where, hey, you can't put a 555 phone number in. You've got to have 10 digits in those phone numbers. So there's a lot of basic things that have to constantly be being done, because as you see from the stats here, you know, most companies don't feel like most sales forces don't feel that we're getting the right type of information from marketing. So building that trust is really, really critical, and leveraging the analytics to provide those insights, the signals we're just talking about, and building those into the workflows. And there's a difference between data and insights. I think during the AIs, you know, you guys, we've jumped from AI and now we're in the Gen AI space. We promised we probably would try to avoid Gen AI, because I'm sure you've heard a lot about that today. But when you think about just when the AI bubble came about, it ended up turning into, I'm going to give sellers a bunch of data. I'm not necessarily giving them insights. I'm going to give them a bunch of data. And then what happens? We get stuck in analysis paralysis, and then we get dug in. We go deeper into the analysis to figure out what the insight actually is. So why are you actually giving me this lead? Why is this important for me to call now? And this goes for existing customers too, right? Why is this hitting my plate? All right, well, there's a potential for churn here. Here's why there's potential for churn. They've had 5 tickets open in the last 30 days that have gone unresponded to. Great, I better get on top of that. So involving those, you know, so the last point there is evolving those insights and data views over time is really, really critical to make sure that I am eliminating that noise and not getting stuck in analysis paralysis.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you hit on a great point, is that it's, when we think about this, it's, I mean, at the end of the day, this idea of data trust is absolutely critical. And one of the things that we talk about all the times, and one of my huge, you know, challenges is, how do we get away from those vanity metrics, right? Making sure that if marketing achieves their goal, sales has to achieve their goal. You know, we can't achieve our business goal unless, you know, marketing and sales are both succeeding. You know, when we walk in and we see clients where marketing achieved the goal, sales achieved the goal, but we still didn't hit a revenue goal. How is that possible, right? So
that's a perfect segue into the next one too, right?
Yep.
think we might have lost Scott, but all right, we lost you there for a second, Scott.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, sorry. I just realized that one of my computers just shut down. So give me a second while I pull up.
Yeah, I'll keep going because I know
secondary
we're just about out of time. But the last thing is we talk about that Scott was alluding to is the shared responsibility side of the house. So when we look at this, when you think about what organizations really think, less than 40% of sales leaders actually believe that that we've got shared accountabilities in this case, right? And that's really, really important, right? Like, as that also goes to the finger pointing and exacerbating that finger pointing between the two organizations. Because if one thinks they're doing a great job and the other one's not doing a great job, well, somebody's lying, right? Because we should both be killing it if we're both hitting our numbers. And so we've got to make sure that we get together and actually have the conversation and make sure that those two-way metrics are becoming something that is more commonplace. Because right now we see that they are becoming more common, but the majority of sales leaders still feel that they lack the mutual accountability. And that goes both ways, right? And marketing is going to say the same thing about sales. And so we have to make sure that we're eliminating those vanity metrics. We got to make sure that, as I mentioned before, is that we're coming with the quantitative and the qualitative data. Anecdotes are not helpful, right? When you come back and when sales says, well, we lost this deal, it's no different than saying we lost this deal because of this particular feature. Did we really lose it because of that feature? Well, maybe we shouldn't have been in the deal in the first place. I'll argue that maybe the discovery was bad, and that's all on sales. But like at the end of the day, like when you think about the qualitative data that you get and the feedback that you're getting from sales is always one thing, right? But you need to come with the data. So sales, if you want to change something that marketing is doing, you've got to come with your data, both qualitative and quantitative, and marketing has to do the same thing. And in order to do that, you've got to break down those silos. And so one of the things Scott and I focus a lot on with our clients is doing a lot of build, operate, transfers. And what that means is, you know what, at the end of the day, nobody likes to change what they're doing, right? Especially on marketing and sales, because they're worried about breaking the generating engine part of the revenue generating engine part of their company. So what ends up having to happen is like, well, then we need to pilot things and we need to prove that it's going to work first, right? So you've got to set up that agile piloting process between sales and marketing. So if marketing is going to go launch a new lead source, I should have a team on the other end that's going to handle it appropriately and make sure that I can hit the SLAs. And so that way you're going through and you're doing that test and learn culture and providing the feedback loop back. So that instant feedback loop. So that way when you all of a sudden you launch a campaign and then you've got a bad web form and nobody knows about it for several days and you just blown a bunch of good inbound leads, that shouldn't happen. So I've got to make sure that that we are doing those things. And ultimately, if we align those incentives and behaviors, and we align that stuff, like if we align the incentives, the behaviors will follow, right? You've got crazy incentives on the sales side to incent certain behavior. There's no reason why we shouldn't be doing it on both sides.
Yeah.
I know, Scott, we got 1 minute left. So if you want to just wrap.
Absolutely. I think kind of closing, kind of, we can recap on these few points, that we kind of ran through, right? We'll share the deck. But really, I think these 4 critical areas that highlighting, like, really, again, how we define and build an integrated demand plan, defining how we qualify opportunities through the process, making sure that we have good, clear, kind of shared insights, common data, and as well as kind of the shared responsibility. These are kind of 4 areas that we see that really any organization, any team today can start building better alignment between their teams. And when we see, these are just kind of a quick highlight of with a lot of our clients, obviously customers and and accounts, it depends on how large your organization is, the size of revenue. But to be honest, we see pretty consistently these type of impacts on organizations when they begin to apply better kind of integrated teams and better kind of coordination between these marketing and sales organizations, and it happens up and down the funnel, right from everything from 15 to 30%, improvement in marketing efficiency and how we're executing, all the way up to 2 to 3 times better conversion and closing on our leads from a lead to close conversion rate. So that's it. Apologize for the bad battery and technical issues. Matt, you did fantastic, kind of picking up and run with it. So
I tried. I didn't use my Chewbacca voice. It's my kids love it, but you would not like it. So
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. You guys' presentation was awesome. I did love the Star Wars in there. So thank you again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Appreciate everybody.
All right. Up next, we have Mark, CEO and co-founder of TAC, a media network and go-to-market firm helping businesses create, capture, and convert demand into revenue. His presentation is 7 ways to take back control of your GTM and get revenue growing. So we'll hand the mic off to you, Mark.
Thank you, Charity. Hello, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the summit. Excited to have a conversation with you over the next 25 minutes about exactly that. Going to give you 7 different ways you can think about changing up maybe some of the things you're doing right now as you go into 2024. And it's all about how to create more efficient revenue. I mean, and that's what we all want to do these days, right? But do it in a people-first way. So I'm going to share my slides and we can dive into it. Love to have any questions or comments come through the chat. I'm trying my best to monitor that as well. And let me pull up the slides and go into presentation mode. Like Charity said, I'm the CEO and co-founder of TAC. I have a 15-year MarTech, sales tech, revenue tech background. I was at HubSpot for about 9 years. I was at Drift for about 3.5 years. And I was most recently the CMO at a company called AirMeet doing webinar and event technology. And I've co-founded this company with my partner, Nick Bennett. And we want to share with you today, Nick and I, even though Nick's not with us today right now live, but he and I put together these kind of ideas over the last 6 to 9 months because we feel that businesses need a different way, not just a new way, but a different way to go to market. We feel like a lot of businesses that we speak with need to kind of tack into a new direction, turn how they think about their go to market, how they think about both acquiring and retaining their customers. And we built this idea of people first go to market to help. And the actual thing we'll talk about, and hopefully you'll learn a lot about today, are these 7 different growth motions, growth strategies that you could apply. And I bet many of you are using some of them right now. You might just not know it. And hopefully you leave with a better understanding of how to take all 7 of these different growth strategies and use them together. To kick it off, though, maybe today doesn't feel quite like this. For a lot of us, it probably doesn't. But when I was, starting off post the Great Recession, starting off, and I joined HubSpot in 2010 to say 2020, the seas were pretty calm. There wasn't a ton of craziness, at least when it came to B2B go-to-market. There was a lot of opportunity. There was a lot of new channels. There's a lot of exciting growth, a lot of innovative technology, but nothing like super disruptive, right? The big disruption came back when the kind of mobile phone came out, which then led to the iPhone creation, which then led to this massive shift in how we communicate and how we create, and moving more of our lives into the digital world. But then, as we all know, something kind of changed at the end of that decade, and we've been feeling this change quite acutely. In fact, I had my first child 3 weeks before the United States. It was actually when Italy was going into lockdown. So just about, what was that, 2 months into 2020, had my first child. And that's when the seas start to change, I think. And specifically, Nick and I and others, we looked across the last, say, 3 or so years, and we feel like there's been a massive shift in how companies, B2B companies especially, need to think about acquiring their customers because the seas are a little bit more challenging. There's more headwind than ever before. The old ways you can see on the left is more about going to market from what we call a company first mindset. A lot more brand spam these days. It was really focused on quantity of leads. It's about capturing demand. Hey, I could use this channel, do this thing, get this ad, bring them to my website, capture the demand. It felt a lot more transactional, and a lot of companies did it on their own. But because of these kind of 5 forces, we all have to change. There's been an explosion of content that's been growing steadily since 2005, 2010. But now because everyone is a creator, right? Everyone can create. There's more content than ever before, not just coming from B2B businesses, but from every place online. More saturation of channels then, because more people can create. And there's just less new channels. I mean, TikTok is probably the newest, biggest channel that we've been able to use over the last, you could argue, 10 years almost, right? I think Instagram was, 2012, even before 2012. So less channels means more ROI, means higher costs, less ROI typically. Cookieless future, I mean, it's getting harder and harder to track software-based attribution. We've heard of self-reported attribution. As a quick aside, I'm very bullish on intent-based attribution, but it's harder and harder to track what's going on in terms of the buying journey and customer journey. The connection crisis because of COVID, the AI explosion that happened in less than 12 months ago. I mean, it's just insane, right? And then specifically coming out of probably number 4, the connection crisis, there's another thing I'll mention in just a moment that is really creating a headwind right now, right? Creating pretty turbulent seas. So we fundamentally think that there's a new way, and I'm going to explain the new way over the next 20 minutes and leave you with those 7 different ideas that you can take and hopefully apply to your job or to your go-to-market, or as you think about kind of your annual planning that you're doing probably right now. So that 6th headwind that I was just alluding to is this. I mean, this chart doesn't lie, right? During those calm seas of 2010 to 2020, it was pretty much free money. I mean, there was a blip in like 2016, 17, maybe into 18, where interest rates start to tick back up a little bit. But it's, you know, we all know it's dramatic. It's a dramatic change. And that's created a lot of pressure, a lot of turbulence. And along with that, like I was saying, everyone has the ability to create content. There's more competition than ever before for our attention, our eyeballs. Take a look at this. This is a super interesting chart. Explodingtopics.com. Great website if you haven't heard about it before. But this is just showing the amount of data that is generated globally each year and the projection for the next few years. And look at the vertical y-axis. This is in zettabytes. I'm not even sure how many zeros are in a zettabyte, but it's got to be a ton. And it's just exponentially growing. So data is going to be a great thing. It's going to help us have creative breakthroughs, find cures for diseases, hopefully help solve a lot of the humanity problems that humanity is facing right now. I'm very bullish on all that. It is also creating a major headwind when it comes to trying to get someone's attention digitally. What's also though interesting, if you look at this from the other point of view, not data but people, this is the population growth over the last 75 years or so, projecting out to 2100. So it's grown a lot, right? From 1950, just over 2 billion to today, we're at about 8 billion. It's going to keep growing a little bit, but then it's almost plateauing at just about 10 billion, and it almost starts to decline then a little bit. So if you think about, sure, that's a lot of people, 10 billion, 8 billion people, that's a lot. But if you go back just one slide, it's a lot less than this in terms of the amount of data. So I feel like we're going to lean, of course, into more artificial intelligence, but we're also going to have to lean a lot more into what I'm calling authentic interactions as a way to create, capture, and convert demand into revenue. So that's what we want to unpack right now. We want to talk about how to use people first go-to-market, which is a business strategy that uses the power of those relationships, those partnerships to create, capture, and convert demand into revenue. It's designed as a way to put you, a person, at the center of every single interaction and experience you might have with a business. So I want to unpack this. Before I do that, and the 7 different growth strategies that are part of this model that you can apply, I want to talk about the foundation of it. We built this in collaboration with our friends inside of our membership club and community called Club PF. And we spent many months thinking about what are the principles of what good go-to-market looks like today, and specifically people first go-to-market, the evolution of what company first needs to become. So I'm not going to go through each of these in super detail. We have a ton of content online. You can visit the website, tacgtm.com, to find that. But I want to just highlight them at a high level because they are very important. So number one, this is a mindset shift that we're going to talk about now. It's not just saying, hey, like I want to do people first go to market and I can just take some of these things and apply them to my business. You can, but to have it really stick and have longevity, you need to lean into these 6 different things. The idea that people are the center of everything you do as a business is that famous quote, 99% of business is people, 1% is everything else. So it's about how do you create a collaborative and supportive culture and environment, both internally and externally, for your business, with the foundation being people. And with that, how are you doing that in a very thoughtful and kind way, showing and demonstrating real empathy while thinking about what makes you as a person and as a brand unique. What's original to yourself? That's a very important thing as more and more content, more and more automation, more and more artificial intelligence gets put into this world. Leaning into your authentic self is very important. Staying in the moment. We're so distracted, right? We're in the attention economy, whatever you want to call it. You want to show to your audience that you're being present, you're listening, and you're participating with them in these special moments. Think authentic interactions. You, of course, need to be learning always. Nothing's staying the same ever, right? It's kind of been a given for a long time. Things are always changing. You can either, become part of the change or just let the change happen to you. I like to think that people who follow this idea of people first go to market are really the student and the teacher. And you need to create great experiences. You need to lean into the first 5, and you ultimately want to become memorable. And that's a combination, I think, of all 5 of these together. Ironically, the acronym does spell people, so it's kind of easy to remember, but this is foundational to how you go to market these days. So what does the model look like? Over the next 15 or so minutes, I'll unpack each of these components. Again, we have a huge amount of resources on tacgtm.com and inside Club PF if you want to go a lot deeper. But the model is made up of 7 different growth strategies. It starts with partner-led growth. That surrounds the entire idea of people first go to market. How do you partner with people, brands, customers, communities, all of these different things that we'll talk about on the next slide to create demand, capture demand, and convert demand? But before we talk about those 3 channels, we call those kind of channels when it relates to community, member, and customer-led growth, you first have to have something of value to offer within those channels to those audiences or audience that you're seeking to connect with, to engage with. And that's where content, events, and products come into play. And I'm sure some of you folks, you can throw it in the chat, have heard of these motions, right? Product-led growth, not uncommon. Content-led growth, event-led growth, maybe a little bit newer. Community-led growth, been all the rage, right, since the pandemic. But my point is, when it comes to what are you offering to your audience, you need to think about content, events, and products as ways to build trust. And then you need to figure out, how do you take that idea of partnership and those relationships and use them to create the conversation, the engagement within the communities, the unowned, the places that your company, your brand is participating in or should be participating in, to create engagement, to ultimately, create leads. But then how do you turn that engagement within that community kind of strategy emotion into something deeper, more meaningful, and turn them into members of maybe your own community? Become a member of the brand and pull them in using content, using your brand events, using your free products. And then how do you take the people that become members, turn them into customers, and take customers so they become super advocates, help you spin this flywheel and partner with them to create more content, to feature them at events, to share the examples of how they are using your product. So I'm going to unpack each thing right now and try to highlight one example. So partner-led growth. Each slide you'll see will follow the same format. The metrics on the top right, the tenets, and the components. So partner-led growth. A lot of people think partner-led growth, it's a sales thing. It's not a sales thing. It's partially that. If you actually look at how we define partner-led growth and what I've seen it to be at HubSpot, Drift, Airmeet, and now Attack, it's about collaboration. It's about alignment of belief. It's always about how do you make sure that, you're going after the same or the right audience together. If you're going after 2 different audiences, it's not going to work that well. But it's this idea of doing it together. And this is going to be a major catalyst to creating a small or big ecosystem around your brand. And depending on if you're trying to reach people more at the top of the funnel, if you're trying to generate pipeline or turn pipeline referrals into revenue or retain revenue, you're going to use one or more of these different components that make up partner-led growth. Things like influencers and creators, partnering with developers to build products or integrate products, partnering with other salespeople outside your company to do co-selling, service providers to do service delivery. You get the idea. Partner-led growth, though, is more than just this idea of co-selling. It's co-marketing, co-selling, co-servicing, co-influencing, if you will. And a great company that's done this, who just recently went public, congratulations to everyone at Klaviyo, they generate a tremendous amount of their revenue through a very strategic partnership with Shopify. And they do this in many different ways across all facets of their go-to-market. So I think Klaviyo, just at a very enterprise level, is a great example. There are examples within my hometown, though, of small businesses using a partner-led growth motion to pull in a bigger audience. I have a fishmonger down the road from me, and he does small events throughout the year with other local businesses to bring together an audience, ultimately to hopefully get those people, those audiences, to buy things at these events. But that is, in my opinion, a form of partner-led growth. People first go to market. So let's talk about now the channels that we want to unpack first. So community-led growth, like I was saying, is the tip of the spear. It's about how do you increase the amount of engagement, the followership, the leads. And to me, a lot of people think community-led growth is something different. I view it as, like I said, the tip of the spear when it comes to creating demand. It's about influence, trust, 100% about people. It's about being helpful. I think this event is a good example of using an event-led growth offer. This is an event, an online event. Kudos, right, to the Demand Gen Summit team. And they've done it in a way where they're engaging the community. People are listening live on LinkedIn right now. There's conversations going on in other places about this event that I've seen. This event has acted as a catalyst to help them create engagement, followership, and leads for their company. Great example. And you can see all the components of it, right? And there's more to this as well that I probably haven't fully listed on here, but it's about creating those conversations and connections. And another good example of this is Lavender. If you haven't checked out lavender.ai, they're tremendous at partnering with real people inside and outside their business to create unique stories and points of view and to teach people about things that are related to their brand, their solution, their product, right? Pulling that red thread through to the ultimate goal, which is revenue. But they've done such a good job of creating authentic interactions and experiences within all of these different places where community can take shape. Community-led growth is not about having your own community. No, it's about creating engagement in all the places that community type activities can thrive. Member-led growth, though, is about creating your own community. It's about saying, look, we have all this content. We can offer all these other maybe benefits to people. Why don't we, instead of having a resource center on our website, create something like Drift Insider or HubSpot Academy, or use something as a way to galvanize the attention and the engagement into something bigger? And that is member-led growth. You can see the tenets. There's a lot of different things. One of the biggest ones is first-party data. People are clamoring for more first-party data, intent signals, intent-based attribution, intent qualified leads, some things that I'm thinking about right now. And I think member-led growth is a great way to do this. It's about pulling people in who believe and using content, using learning, using programs, using perks to really create that deeper relationship with them to ultimately turn them into revenue. Yes, that's the goal. Pipeline, both new and expansion pipeline, but it's about creating that real special relationship with them. I got to use HubSpot, an example that I was fortunate enough to build and be part of with HubSpot Academy. They also do this in a few other ways now. HubSpot Academy is, one of the primary doors into kind of the HubSpot ecosystem for a lot of people. But of course, they have a very strong product-led growth motion as well. But they're really trying to galvanize, like I was saying, all of this attention into the HubSpot ecosystem, and they're doing it through a lot of great education and content. And they're hopefully changing literally people's lives because they're helping people learn about marketing, sales, and customer success in a way that really matters. Which leads me to the third channel that makes up the people first go-to-market model, customer-led growth. So you're creating demand with community-led. You're capturing that demand and that data in a more rich way through membership and having those people become a member of your brand. And now it's like, hey, how do I turn customers into something more than just a lot of value for them? Hey, we're delivering value. That's great. They're going to renew, hopefully. But how do I turn this into something bigger and better for them and for us as a business? Well, it's about thinking about how you partner with your customers, and it's about how you invest in actual customer success. This is definitely the tenet of reciprocity. It's about deep education. I mean, I don't think you're going to win a lot here if you don't really spend the time to deliver value in ways that are outside your product. And that's one of the key facets for me for customer-led growth, delivering value outside of your product. That's super important. You can see the components. I'm not going to go through all of them for the sake of time, but there's a lot of things you can do to create a customer-led growth mindset. I think Gong does a tremendous example of this. If you go to their website, at least when I last looked at it, it was a few weeks ago, they have a whole section dedicated to their customers. Content, events, education, training. I mean, Gong is leaning into customer-led growth. They used the data for a while as teaching tools to teach other people. Like, out of all the Gong customers, we see these trends and this data and these insights from it. It's just tremendous. So now switching to the last three, the offers that you need to create to build trust and deploy into those three channels, the channels being, again, community-led, member-led, and customer-led. It starts with content. This is a new version of content marketing, in my opinion. And I'm actually going to do a post soon on LinkedIn about how content marketers should become content-led growth marketers or content growth marketers, because content is more than just pre-sale. It's also post-sale these days. And it's more than just content. It's media, it's education, it's stories, it's your strategic narrative. It's about delivering value in ways that are truly outside your product. And AI is going to help build some of this content. It is not going to do what it takes to create real value though with content. You're going to need to put that human element big time into your content strategy. And this is all about how to deploy content within those three different channels. Databox, big shout out to the Databox team. Pete, the CEO, I worked with him at HubSpot. They do a tremendous job using a partner-led growth motion to power their content-led growth strategy. It is so good. Go to their blog. Almost all of their blog articles are written from the point of view of someone else, a partner. And sure, they've done it in a way to curate the right keyword for that blog article, but they have a strategy like almost unlike anything I've ever seen. So Databox is the company to check out when it comes to content-led growth and partner-led growth. And now they're doing a really good job at community-led growth as well. Event-led growth, one of my favorites. I talked a lot about this when I was at AirMeet. I guess you could say I coined the term event-led growth. Events are a rich, and actually I need to add this to this slide, a rich, they have a lot of richness when it comes to data. First party data, especially. That's a tenet of event-led growth. And by the way, that's the tenet of content-led, event-led, and product-led, like we'll talk about in a minute. It's all about how do you create authentic experiences and interactions that get people to participate, that get people to connect, that get people to feel something. And you can see all the different types of events you can do on the right-hand side. They all should be in service long-term from a revenue standpoint. Some more immediate revenue than others, depends on where the event is lined up in the customer journey and the audience the event is tailored to. The fact remains, you're going to want to use events. And I think more and more companies these days should think about using events, especially online events, as the starting off point, and then use the content from those events and the partnerships you can do as it relates to hosting a webinar together, hosting an online event. I mean, again, kudos to the Demand Gen Summit team. This is an event-led growth strategy with partner-led growth infused into it. I mean, I don't even know how many speakers are speaking at this, but they've partnered with tons of people like myself to create all this content, which they can use, right? It's content-led growth at the end of the day, and they can use that to power those channels we talked about: community, membership, and customer. Salesforce is probably the all-time great SaaS company to do event-led growth. I mean, they're at a stage of execution unlike almost anyone. I think HubSpot's getting up there now too. Hundreds, if not thousands of events, micro events are their flagship event, branded events. They've done a great job. So if you want to learn about events, definitely check out event-led growth online. But Salesforce is one example to learn from. And then lastly, product-led growth. Product-led growth isn't for everyone. But if you could do it, I would definitely look into doing it. And by the way, there's a lot of flavors of product-led growth now, right? On one end, you have, you could say, well, maybe this isn't product-led growth, but you could argue it is. Ungated product demos with tools like Novatic. I don't know. I mean, is that product-led growth? You can't exactly use it. So I think that might be a stretch. If it's really product-led growth, I would probably call it a stretch. But it's showing people the product before they buy it. And you're not going to sales to have to request a demo. Like, no. That's insane. like, let me just see it and let me experience it. And then if I really want to learn more, like, yeah, let me talk to someone maybe, or in this case, let me buy it on my own touchlessly. And that's the purest essence of product-led growth, right? Touchless transactions that happen, that lead to activation, lead to retention, and ultimately, with companies like on the next slide, Notion, lead to a lot of upgrade through team usage, rollout across different parts of the organization, or maybe it's more usage based, right? They're saying, wait a minute, the more I use it, the more I need to buy because I'm seeing more value, right? That fourth bullet point on the tenets part of this slide. There's a lot of components to it. I don't have time to dive into all of them, just like I don't have time to dive into all of these other ones. But the good news is we're building a whole course about people first go to market inside of Club PF that's launching at the beginning of the new year. So you'll have a whole course about all these different things. But at the end of the day, product-led growth is something that if you align, your product strategy with your audience and the value you can deliver together, almost that Venn diagram, product-led growth could be something really special for your organization. And like I said, Notion, there's countless other examples of this that have done product-led growth pretty well. So at the end of the day, you might be feeling like, whoa, like that's a lot. Like there's a lot there. And right, and your business is always feeling like this too, right? The road is never straight. It's always winding. But I think if you focus on one thing in particular, which is the people, right? Like focus on the audience in your story. Who does that story resonate with? Who does your point of view resonate with? And pick one type of offer, content, events, or products. Pick one channel to start with, probably community-led, and just stick to that for 6 months. And you'll be amazed at what you find. If you just focus and keep the guardrails going down the side of the road, you'll find that, first off, people first go to market isn't that hard. It's probably more enjoyable than the old way, which is more of a company first mindset. And if you want more information about how to do this, check out the workbook we have. You can see the link on your screen. tacgtm.com is where you can get it. And again, join Club PF if you want to really become a master of this whole new approach and learn some of the most in-demand skills of today. So that's all I have for you folks today. I really appreciate you paying attention. Hopefully you learned a few things, and hopefully you learned how to connect some of these different concepts and ideas that you've heard out there in the past, say 12, 24, maybe 36 months, and start to bring them together in a cohesive approach and model. That was our goal. And don't forget, like, people are everything, and don't let that change, and make sure you're always thinking about how you can put people at the center of those experiences as you move into next year.
Thank you, Mark. Incredible presentation. I really enjoyed all the tool recommendations, and you gave really great advice. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, another quick announcement. Our third and final block of pre-recorded sessions has just been released. To view all of those, we have 20 really great sessions. Just go to the demandgensummit.com. Up next, we will be joined by Daniel, co-founder and CEO of Dent Global, a company that develops entrepreneurs to stand out, scale up, and make meaningful impact in the world. Daniel will discuss how to generate demand using a wait list. All right, gonna add you in, Daniel.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. I hand it off to you so you can have as much time as you need.
Very, very good. I wear a few different hats. I've actually got 8 companies in the group, and today I'm talking about the Score app, but that's totally cool. So love it to connect with everyone at the Demand Gen Summit. Let's just jump in here. I'm going to present. I'm just going to share my slides. Let me go 1 second.
So you can either share your screen.
There we go. Got it.
Get it? Great.
Okay, just let me know if that pops up.
Yep, you're all
nicely.
good to go.
Fantastic. Okay, so let's talk about just high level. Why does demand generation mean so much, and why is it such an important topic? If you go to Economics 101, the first thing they teach you is that demand and supply set the price and the profitability. And essentially, if you break it down, companies, most founders, most companies, most teams think a lot about the supply side of what they do. and they get better and better at being able to supply something. They become highly productive at supply. And ultimately, if you become very good at supply, but you're not so good at demand, in economics 101, you start losing money, right? So it drives down price and it makes you unprofitable. And it seems incredibly unfair that that happens, because you would think that doing the right thing by customers and thinking about how you can serve them more productively and doing more and more and more for customers, you would think that that's actually a really smart thing to do. But ultimately, it actually results in losing money, because supply line goes up, you become ultra productive with supply, and you become less so with demand. And essentially, the rules of economics are like the rules of gravity. It just happens that way. On the flip side, there are some companies that get extremely good at generating demand, and they constrain supply. They actually reduce supply. They stop supply from happening in some way. Maybe they hold back what they're offering and put it behind some sort of a gate or a wall, and they reduce the ability to access the supply while they ramp up the demand. And those companies tend to make profit. Let me give you two examples. So an example of a company that is ultra focused, or a business or an institution that's ultra focused on the supply side, would be an airline. So an airline is very focused on running a great business, and they have a huge amount of capital expenditure. They have a huge amount of work to do when it comes to safety and customer service. They have to take off and land at exactly the right times. Everything has to go perfectly to plan. They can never make a single mistake. And you would think, if profit was handed out fairly, you would think that airlines should be wildly profitable. You would imagine that an airline should be like making 50% profit margins on every single ticket, because there's so much that has to go right in order for them to be a successful business. But what we know is around the world, all over the world, airlines make about 5% profit margins, maybe 10% at the best of times. So 5 to 10% is a fairly normal profit margin for an airline. Most of them make most of their profit off things like their points systems and all of that sort of stuff. So it's not a great business. If we flip the script and we say, what is a business that is really the opposite of an airline? I would say Rolex. So Rolex watches, they don't have to do any innovation. They don't really do very good customer service. They don't have to have any safety built into their product. If something goes wrong, they just tell you it's part of the watch, and you can bring it back if you want to, and they'll spend $1,000 fixing it, right? So they are very, very different. But there's a big difference between Rolex. Rolex is very, very good at ramping the demand and constraining the supply, whereas an airline is very good at making sure the supply is always reliable, and they're not very good at ramping up the demand. So ultimately, Rolex has 70% profit margins, while airlines have 5 or 10% profit margins. So essentially, Rolex is more than 10 times more profitable than an airline. So profit is not handed out fairly. Profit is handed out based upon the demand and supply tension, the tension between buyers and sellers. And that is essentially economics 101. And it sucks and it's not fair. And I don't like it, but that's just how it is, right? I might not like gravity, but gravity is still a thing. Now, if we want to take this to the next highest level, then we want to add something called transparency. Transparency of demand and supply is a phenomenon where customers become aware that there are other customers who want the supply, right? So this is transparency. So a great example of this would be on a hot summer's day, where we have an ice cream truck. There's one ice cream truck, and there's lots of people who want ice creams, and they can see that they are all queuing up, and therefore they can see that there is transparently a lot more people demanding ice creams than there is supply. So anyone who's in that queue would feel pretty silly asking for a discount. If you waited 20 minutes and got to the front of the line, and then you said, oh, by the way, can I get a half price ice cream? You know that it's very unlikely that you're going to get 50% discount, because there are so many people waiting in the line. The ice cream seller only has to say, look behind you, there's 30 people waiting to pay. We're not going to do any discounts today. And the reason for that is transparent demand and supply tension. So the goal of your business is to be this ice cream truck. You basically want to get people lining up, and you want the people who are in the line to become aware that there are other people in the line. You want people to become aware that there is demand and supply tension. We call this phenomenon transparency of demand and supply tension. So the opposite of that is what most businesses do, which is just blasting messages at customers And customers are completely unaware of anyone else that you're selling to. They're unaware that anyone else wants this. So they feel hassled and they feel bullied and they feel pressured and they feel that you're a pushy salesperson, because ultimately they feel like, there's me with my budget and there's you trying to get me to spend my budget. And I just feel like you're just pushing to get my money, right? So that's the opposite. What we want to do is we want to make sure that we can orchestrate things so that we are generating a lot of demand and that the customers become aware, or the prospects become aware, that there's a lot of demand building up. So how do you do this? You do this through a campaign called Signals First, Then Sales. So the campaign is where you generate signals before you try and generate sales. So you never ask a customer for a sale. You simply ask them for a signal of interest. And then when you have sufficiently more signals of interest than you can make sales, you then allow customers to buy. So you get into a situation where there's that lineup, and then you open the doors, right? You become oversubscribed, and you go through a process of oversubscribing something before you launch. Okay, let me give you an example of this absolutely executed perfectly year upon year upon year. In the UK, we have a music festival called Glastonbury Music Festival. And Glastonbury Music Festival, for 364 days of the year, you are not allowed to buy a ticket. You can only pre-register for a ticket. In fact, the wording of their landing page is very kind of like anti-sales. It says to obtain tickets. It doesn't say to get your hands on a ticket. It's not exciting. It's to obtain tickets for Glastonbury. You must register, full stop. Failure to follow the registration instructions correctly will lead to rejection. Whoa, deep personal rejection. You'll be notified if this occurs. However, we would advise that you check your registration prior to tickets going on sale to ensure your registration's been accepted. Anyone, blah, 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 blah. So now you have to go through the process of registering for a ticket. Now, what happens is that over the course of 364 days of the year, 700,000 people pre-register for a ticket. They signal that they're interested in buying. And then just one day of the year, they say, on this particular day, we're making the tickets available, but it actually doesn't even last for a day because the tickets typically sell out in under 30 minutes. So this year, I saw this headline, Glastonbury Festival fans are devastated after tickets are sold out in under 6 minutes. So essentially, everyone was totally upset. 700,000 people registered for tickets. Only 140,000 people get tickets. So essentially, they did a very good job of this signals first, then sales campaign. So really, really powerful. Okay, so what can you do to launch a signals first campaign? The best thing you can do is something called promoting the waiting list. Promoting the waiting list is a powerful strategy that you can use in any number of circumstances. There's a few circumstances that it works particularly well. You can promote the waiting list for the next year. So for example, anytime after October, you can start the waiting list for the year ahead. So if you're in November now, it's a great time to be launching the waiting list for joining as a customer next year. If you're really particularly bold, you can say, we're not taking on any more customers this year. If you're interested in becoming a customer, you can become a customer next year if you join the waiting list. So that's one thing you could do. If you're making any changes to your business, let's say you're upgrading some services, maybe you're adding AI, maybe you're adding some technology, some training, some content. If you're doing any of those things, don't simply launch it. Start by launching the wait list for access to the upgraded features and get people to signal that they're interested in access to that. If you're doing anything like an event or training or a retreat or a workshop, don't launch the tickets, launch the waiting list before you launch the tickets so that people can signal before they have to buy. The goal is to get people to signal by joining a waiting list before they have to buy anything. Let me give you an example of how we recently tried this and it worked really well. So as I said before, I own a number of companies, and one of the companies is a publishing company, and the team came to me and they said, we're interested in launching a new part of the business, which is AI for authors. And we want to use artificial intelligence to help people to write their book and to get a better result with their book. And it's going to help them to structure the book and do all of those sorts of things. So I said to them, well, I'm interested, but only if the market is interested. I'm not really interested in pushing this too hard. I want to know that the market's really wanting this. So I said, here's what we'll do. We'll launch a waiting list. And if there's more than 150 people who join, then we'll take it to the next step and we'll explore this further. So we basically blocked out 2 hours to create a landing page on Score App where we just simply created a few graphics and a few headlines. And we said, yep, we've got a nice little landing page there. And we launched the landing page. So the way we launched it is we went to LinkedIn and I said, I'm working on a project to develop AI tools for authors. These tools don't write the book for you, but they do help structure the book and give instructions. If you're interested in using this tool, join the waiting list, right? So we said join the waiting list. When people clicked the link, took them to a very simple landing page, join the waiting list, hosted on Score App, and they had to answer 5 or 6 questions to join the waiting list. So they didn't just do name and email. They had to go through and answer a few little questions about how much they wanted to pay, and they had to answer a few questions about what features they were looking forward to the most. So that basically went through. So I posted that expecting less than 150 people to fill it in. What actually happened is within a few days, we had 750 people fill in the waiting list. 1,200 people hit the website and 64% of people joined the waiting list. So I was quite shocked at how positive the response was. And it made me think, okay, maybe we should allocate some time and energy to this because people are really loving this. So we went, okay, fantastic. And then we analyzed the data and we said, okay, let's have a look at the price point. And we found out that the majority of people were happy to pay about £39 or about $50 a month for access to this tool, which was higher than we thought. And we thought based on our database size and based upon this conversion that we could easily get to 3,000 to 4,000 subscribers on launch. So this was a pretty good result. It gets even better because one of the questions that I asked was, would you be interested in seeing an angel investor presentation for this business model? And we had 150 people say that they did want to see an angel investor presentation. So we launched a second scorecard where they could actually register for the angel investor presentation on a wait list, and then we would send them a video presentation. As a result of the 150 people who saw the video presentation, including our financial projections based on our wait list, we ended up with about £580,000 worth of signaled interest in the angel investor round, which is about $750,000 US. When we looked at how much we needed, we actually only needed about £250,000 to go to stage 1, so for a seed round. So we emailed back and we said, look, will you reduce the amount that you're interested in putting in by half? We'll accept half, provided you're a sophisticated investor. So very rapidly and very quickly, we ended up raising about £250,000 seed round, just simply by launching the waiting list to begin with. We hadn't at this point written a single line of code. We hadn't employed anyone. We hadn't really done anything other than done a basic design of a waiting list. And by the time we kind of got back to people, we had £250,000 or about $350,000 in the bank. And now we're launching this particular tool and launching this business. So pretty cool, all off the back of a waiting list. So the fast and easy way for you to be able to do this strategy is to just use a simple template, right? So we have these templates called Join the Waiting List. And very, very simply, you create a free account on Score App and you use the templates, and the templates are very much fill in the blanks. So are you ready to get better results with your topic, whatever the topic is? You just fill in the blanks. And essentially, you just change the images the way you want to change the images. And now you've got yourself a waiting list campaign. And we've got several templates. All of them are built around really simple, ready to go templates. Let me show you a couple of examples of these templates. Let me quickly bring this one up. Okay, here's a great example of one. Oh, wait a sec. There we go. So here's an example of a template. And you can see here, pretty simple. We're busy working on an innovative new approach to a topic. If you want early access to this latest innovation, register your interest and you'll be part of our inner circle community to get priority access. You'll be getting more of a good thing. Discover how mastering topic can supercharge your ability to have a good thing. Prevent the bad thing. Learn how topic can serve as a protective shield, preventing the adverse effects of the bad thing and securing your future. And why category matters. Explore the critical domain of topic, which blah, 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 blah. So it's very much fill in the blanks. And then it tells people what to do. Start by joining the waiting list, answer 6 questions, and then gain exclusive access to the information that's coming. And there's a little bit about us as well. So it's super simple to just use these templates. And we've got a few different variations, and very easy to change the logos and all of those sorts of things, so it all fits nicely. And then when people register, they start immediately getting information off the back of the waiting list campaign. So we've made that very, very simple. And all you need to do is just have a free account. And I'll just put a link in the chat, or maybe the team can put a link into the main thing here. And essentially that free account allows you to use those templates. The team have said that they're about to share that as well. Okay, let me finish on a key idea. Okay, let me share my screen again. Okay, key idea. I want you to, well, for starters, all of those templates are available today. They're in there, very simple to find. Okay, key idea. I want you to be more Elon, right? So a little bit more Elon Musk. Have a think about how Elon did his last major product launch. He stood on stage and he said, we're going to be launching this Cybertruck thing in about 3 years' time. We haven't even built the factory, but it's going to look like this futuristic pickup truck that I've got behind me. And they had one. And he said, we think that the specifications are going to look like this. And he said, this is going to be the range. This will be the top speed. This will be how much it can tow. And the price point will be between $40,000 and $70,000. And he basically put that all up on the screen. And then he said, it's not going to be available for 3 years. However, if you want to be front of the line to get one of these, you've got to put down a $100 deposit. And if you put down a $100 deposit, then we'll have you as priority access to get a Cybertruck. Now, what actually happened is in the week after he did this, 1 million people filled in the application and paid their $100 deposit, and they got $100 million worth of deposits that came in before the Cybertruck had even launched at all. Now, what they then did is they went to the investment banks and they said, hey, we've got 1 million deposits. What if only 50,000 people buy one? That's this much money. We would be able to afford to repay this much debt. Can we borrow all the money that we need in order to create a big factory for Cybertrucks? And of course, they were able to access an enormous amount of funding. So essentially, by using a waitlist strategy, launching a waitlist, they got 1 million signals of interest that allows them to raise money and go from there. Now, what do most entrepreneurs do? Most entrepreneurs do the opposite of this. They spend 3 years building something, trying to hopefully create what the customer wants, only to discover that the customer has moved on, or they're not interested, or that they wanted it in a different color or something like that. And essentially, they're back to the drawing board, building something. They're working on the supply line rather than the demand line. So my hypothesis is, rather than building any supply, always test the demand line using a waiting list. Now, if you want to use Score App to do that, if you want to have any access to this sort of a tool and these templates, check out Score App. It's all AI enabled, so you can use Score App to do other things like build assessments, launch other different lead generation campaigns, and it's all embedded with AI that does lots and lots of content writing for you and helps you to analyze the data and all sorts of things. It's got amazing fun data analytics in there as well. So I hope you like that. I hope you enjoy the idea of launching a waiting list. I feel like it will give you a massive edge, especially going into the year ahead. I really just want to hear back from you. Please contact me on social media, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, and just let me know, how did you go with the waiting list? Did you have any other questions? And hopefully I can see your waiting list launch in the next few weeks. All the best. I hope that's been good. I'll hand back to the team.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Daniel. We appreciate it. Okay, up next we have Thomas, founder of Instantly Relevant. Thomas is a CEO and founder of Instantly Relevant. He is the author of the Never Been Promoted book series and host of the Never Been Promoted podcast. We're going to hand the time over to you, Thomas.
Well, thank you. I hope everything's good. Everyone can hear me fine. Fantastic presentation. I will tell you, Daniel, I'm scrambling in the background and getting ready for this presentation, just copying down notes. So the waitlist is a fantastic marketing tool. It's a great way not to overspend. Well done, Daniel. I'll be in contact with you as well for some stuff we're using. Hello, everybody. Thomas Helfrich. I founded a company called InstantlyRelevant.com. People come to us to stop guessing how to make money on LinkedIn, how to get leads, but without doing it without being spammy or brand wrecking. my background is intelligent automation AI systems. I kind of walked into this marketing idea through looking at the social media algorithms, looking at how they work and how they're supposed to be interacting, looking at the systems in place of what works on different social media. And then I launched instantly-relevant.com as a way to help initially myself grow a relevant network, which we've done to about 35,000 people of really relevant founders, CEOs, entrepreneurs. But then what are the systems in place to actually grow a business from it? And how does that apply in different things? So we've created a whole, instantly relevant LinkedIn sales system. I'm going to go over just a single slide and talk about these different components of what you'll need to do. Because in today's world, there's so much automation, there's so much AI, it's a problem. Because I'm seeing companies and individuals now that are 12, 18, 24 months into sending the sequences of messages, the direct messages or cold email outreach. And they're like, oh, it worked initially, and then it didn't. And then now no one really talks to us and our content's not doing well. What's going on? You see, guys, when you use automation to go build your LinkedIn profiles and you help do that to do lead generation, you're slowly just brand spamming everyone and you're wrecking your brand. And when I see people 12, 18, 24 months into it, they don't know what to do because they've spammed 95% of their addressable market and they're really struggling. So this system will help address some of those problems. And if you have questions and comments, please reach out. I'll try to answer them as I can. But let me go through it. Let me figure out how to present without screwing this up. But let me share a screen.
Yeah.
Can I share my screen?
Yep. So just click present and share screen, and you should be able to just show us your slides that way.
Good word. I have StreamYard. Did I get it? Did it come up? Oh,
It's great. You're ready to go.
Guys, technology's hard. It's really hard. And yes, I know you're wondering, the cut tie, that's a shameless plug for Never Been Promoted. That's the logo. And that's a real background. So let's jump into this now. Okay, guys, when you have a sales system in place, understand you need one. So if you want to use this one, by all means, look at it, leverage it, but come up with one. Don't just do one or two of these things. You have to do almost everything in here to really build a business, in particular on LinkedIn. And the way that we do it really is really geared towards massively increasing your brand awareness, elevating your executive eminence, and that's your executive presence online, how people view you from a thought leadership, from a credibility standpoint. You got to learn how to get leads daily. And I want to talk about how you create irresistible offers and develop signature solutions like this as well, and how you convert a lead to a customer to a referral machine. And then and where maybe a mentoring and executive coaching comes in. It's super important to understand each one of these elements because they all work in tandem and they're all needed to really be successful. And we execute this every day. So just to be clear, I'm only in LinkedIn about an hour a week. I have over 5,000 interactions a month going out, and none of it's automated. And you'll have to DM me to learn the secrets behind that, but it's all based upon this system. So let's get in. Our system really takes you through three things, and this is how you should think about when you're doing your LinkedIn presence. You'll have a core foundational period. You'll have some areas where you're going to start learning to connect with people, and you got to learn how to convert them. So core, connect, convert. The first kind of phase is core, and this is all about building an intentional LinkedIn presence, one that is altruistic. It's in the service of that profile of one. You learn how to create content that serves that profile of one, and you learn how to optimize your profile to be in service of that profile of one. The point of this phase is to set up a really good intentional foundation to support the other phases. It is where you establish relevance and credibility. And it's really where you really get to know your ideal customer profile to a very segmented list. And you're not guessing. That profile of one I described there is the ideal customer profile, but you can answer with clarity why. And when you can do that, you'll know exactly what content you need to go create to be relevant to that profile of one. You'll know how to optimize your profile. When people say, oh, I got to optimize my profile, what the hell does that even mean? What you really need to do is have it altruistic. You need to have it in service of an ideal customer profile. Then it is optimized. So we'll talk about that a little bit, because what you want to do there is make sure that you answer three main questions. Why should I click on it? What is it you do for me? And why should I take your call to action? And if you look at my profile on LinkedIn, I'll happily drop maybe in here in the chat what mine is. Not that it's a perfect example. I put it in the comments. It's linkedin.com/n/Thomas Helfrich. Mine does not talk about my position, my title, the name of my company, or any of this other stuff. It talks about why people connect with me, what it is I do for you, and why you should take a call to action. Take that as is an idea. The idea behind that is it serves that profile of one. When you establish a core foundation that works in tandem like this, and it's very specific and it has content to attract, it has content to inform, and you're set up to be able to be receiving of someone's interest, you are now ready to kind of go to a connect phase. The connect phase is all about generating leads. It's about interacting with people actively. And what I mean by that is taking this phase is really to like establish, know, like, trust, to leverage the relevance and credibility that you established in core as a catalyst to accelerate it. So let me say it again. It's becoming known, like, and trusted. And you do this through three main activities: through engagement, through dialogue, and through your call to action. So looking at how you actively engage, I bet most people think they just need to create comment, maybe like a post here and there, and talk about what they're doing. It's actually, you need to be out there almost 95%, 99% commenting on other people's posts in a thoughtful way, in a provocative way to ask questions, driving really focused dialogues around people's topics, around what they're posting about. And let's go back to core just a second. Who is it you're doing this on? It's the profile of one. You're not doing this randomly on some random post that shows up or on some influencer just so you can get more followers. No, you're doing this on a profile of one. You're not chasing vanity metrics. You're chasing real interactions. You're chasing credibility, and you're trying to become known, like, and trusted to an ideal customer profile. That active engagement gives attention where people then will notice you. And when they notice you, this is when your content and your profile become very relevant. Actively engage. And I do mean this, thoughtful and provocative. Now, a little tip, don't use AI to automate this. Use some human thought. You can use AI to accelerate it, to help you with the questions you should ask on your posts, on some of the responses you should give. But you need to be modifying these with your own ideas. So when you actively engage and you start interacting dialogues through comments and structure, leverage AI to help you, but not replace you. And it's super important not to do that, because it will come across as very flat and not you. Okay, next part, the call to action. Everyone has different calls to action. This system will work with anybody who needs a know, like, and trusted system. So if you're trying to sell, coaching services, maybe you're selling CFO services, maybe you're, trying to sell people franchises, or maybe you're, a $1 billion unicorn that has a SaaS software that, costs $1 million a year. You have to get know, like, and trusted. So your call to action needs to reflect that. So not everyone's going to be the same. You're going to have to figure out what level of call to action is going to be needed. So is it a top of funnel webinar, group sales? Is it, just meet with me directly? Is it download this white paper? What is it? But you need to have a call to action specifically that tells people why they should take it, not what or where they're going. Once again, if you'd like to look at my LinkedIn profile, you'll see our call to action right now. It says book an appointment. It's because that's what people do directly to us. It's very specific and gets to it. Now, the last phase, you got core, you got connected, and you got someone who's a lead. How do you convert them? And so this is all about taking your leads to become loyal customers that become referral engines for you. Because when someone refers something to you, that's when you become instantly relevant. When someone goes, your customer goes, hey, you got to go work with Thomas at Instantly Relevant. I didn't have to go do those other steps. Someone came in and said, hey, my friend, my business colleague, they referred me. Let's talk. That's when you become instantly relevant. And that's when your company can really take off, because if you can do more and more of these, your referral based is coming from a customer that absolutely loves you. And there's kind of three main activities in this section. First of all, you got to understand some of the nurturing activities you have to do. You're going to have to learn how to expand and deepen your established relationships. And you can do this through a number of ways. A podcast, for example, writing an article about somebody, meeting someone for coffee, for example. Maybe you help them with some of their content, or you send them a little gift of some sort, a book, whatever it is. Learn ways to nurture your customers, or your prospects, and your customers throughout the cycle. It's super important. It's something you should give high attention to. Next and foremost is your offer theory. This is where you get your customer. Your offer theory needs to be compelling, irresistible. It needs to have some options ready to be done in a way that is it can accommodate a couple different types of buyers, or a few different types of buyers. Your offer theory, you need to really work through the thinking of this, the kind of words you're going to be using in it, the value you're going to be driving, and making sure the offer answers the questions people to know what this is about. What am I, what's the value? What is my investment? The word choice, the pricing, that's all the offer theory. So when you're doing this, you really take some time to think about, don't just slap together a proposal. You got a customer's interested and you put a crappy proposal in front of them. Really take time to think through this. work through those proposals and the offers that you're going to go present, and make it so people absolutely want to work with you. Add bonuses, do things, some scarcity, do some things like time, like they were talking about, like make sure there's a time crunch on it so people are encouraged to act. There's a lot of things that go into this, but take the time to learn it and build a really good offer system so you get customers. And finally, develop a referral system. A referral system is something that just doesn't happen. You need a structured set of processes to bring people in. So that's getting customer testimonials. That's making sure you're asking people to do Google reviews or Clutch reviews. It's filming those testimonials. It's actually making sure that some of the things that people are saying align to some of your SEO and content and other things that you'll be doing downstream. Take the time to build these systems. Now, when you put all this together, it all works in tandem. You do need to kind of step through initially to build a good core, to start connecting with people and convert them. But never at any point are you dropping the ball. You're working these kind of 3 phases at all times once it's in motion. These things will absolutely build you a revenue generating system from LinkedIn. We do it every day. For example, my inbound box is about 120 inbound meetings a month that are fully qualified, and we spend $0 on advertising, and we don't do any email outreach. We absolutely work this system every day on my profile and through my company, and we do this for hundreds of other entrepreneurs globally. Let me tell you a couple of things. I'll leave you here. I'm not sure how much time I have left, but let me take a look here. Okay, about 6 minutes. Good. So this is a big piece. So I think I want to leave you with a couple ideas. AI has a part of this and is an accelerator. Recently I did a post about how ChatGPT is really kind of not helping you. Let me explain where you're using AI and how and where you can get advantage. So imagine something right here. There's 2 types of content creators, for example. There's one that is very good and one who's not. And before GPT, they had a distance between them. It was about this big, right? Now, GPT came out and people started using it for everything. The people who weren't very good saw a big rise. And then the people who were really good saw like a hockey stick rise. The difference between the people that are using AI that knew what they were doing before and using AI and didn't really know what they're doing is massive. Though the perception from those who aren't doing very well is that they're getting so much better and they're moving so much faster, but they are getting further behind. And when you start applying AI to things like this in a sales system for your content, for how you optimize, for how you're doing some of your pricing or how you're doing some of your strategy, know that AI may not be enough. You're going to have to give a lot of thought. You may have to use outsourced partners to help you do parts of these things to do them well, because there are lots of people leveraging technologies to accelerate them to accelerate them to do what they do great, even greater and faster. So don't be fooled when you're using a system or you're trying to develop your LinkedIn profiles and you're trying to build a business. If you feel like you're doing all the right things, but you're still getting further behind, you may not be focusing the technology and your talents in the right spot. And I would seek mentorship, because this is something that I see ruins a lot of people's ability to build a LinkedIn business, is that they're leveraging technology because it's shiny and cool, but it's not actually helping them. It's actually helping. They're getting further behind because they're not focusing on their strengths. I think, as I kind of wrap this up, I want you to know, I'm going to stop sharing just real quick and just kind of end this with you, is that it's really important just to take time to still think through your system. If you want a copy of that or something else, I'm happy to share it. If you want to find time with me to kind of work through what it is that you're struggling with, either it be content or your system itself, or you're just feeling like you're getting too much sawtoothing in your business development, like you're getting a client, you can't find one, come talk to me. I'll happily walk you through what we do in the system. And I guess from an offer standpoint, we do this from coaching, mentoring, some small group masterclass stuff, and we do it for you as well. I just ask you to reach out and ask questions, because that's when you're going to learn. And I strongly recommend, I'll leave it this way, don't turn to automation as a first choice. There's a place for automation to use in these systems, but it is not during your initial outreach. It's not why you're trying to build a known, like, trusted prospect list. And more importantly, I really want you to think through what LinkedIn's great about. It is a networking tool. It's a networking tool. Take the time to go network. Take the time to meet other people and actually get to know them. And when you do this, you'll see this activity that seems very grassroots, very maybe bootstrapped level. It will really absolutely pay off long term, and it'll help your brand be much better perceived and much higher value. I thank everyone for listening here as well. Charity, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak with this, and really, like, the system really does work, and I really want anybody to come out and just reach out to me if I can help them in any way grow it from there.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas, for all your great insights and for your time today. We've appreciated you joining us.
Mine me as well. Thank you so much, everyone, for taking a few moments to listen.
Great. All right, our final speaker at the Demand Gen Summit is Demand Gen herself, an evangelist partner with Lavender AI. I'm going to go ahead and add her to the stage. She will join us to discuss how to overcome the buyer's mental spam filter. Jen, as one Jen to another, welcome, and I'll turn the time over to you.
Awesome. Hey, thank you so much. I didn't realize I was rounding out the day. I will try to keep energy high. My name is Jen Allen Knuth. As you can see, my nickname is Demand Gen. Got it because I was an 18-year seller who didn't believe that building demand was someone else's job. So we're going to talk about today one of my favorite topics. It's about how you break through your buyer's mental spam filter. To get right into it, I think most of us who are on the receiving end of cold emails can probably spot a cold email from a mile away. I've pulled up here just a screenshot of my inbox from a couple months ago with 10 cold emails in it. And if we look at this in totality, right, there's a lot of cues that all of these are cold emails. I see my name in the subject line. I see, I hope you're well. I emailed you. I hope Q1 was good. I hope you're doing great. I hope you're having a great week, right? All of these little patterns that cue us that these are cold emails. This is actually a behavior that buyers have developed. We call it kind of a coping mechanism, and we named it the mental spam filter. Now, the mental spam filter is not the like physical spam filter in emails that protects you from getting, emails about Viagra pills and stuff like that. It's actually a coping mechanism in a buyer's brain. And if you look at the stats on the page, they're pretty frightening. Most emails are deleted within 3 seconds. That means you probably get enough time for someone to see your sender name, your subject line, and your preview text, pretty similar to what we just saw before they make the go or no go decision to open it. Number 2, if you do get that open, the average reading time is actually 9 seconds. And for those of you that don't know how many words 9 seconds is, well, it's approximately 37 words. Now, in my time that I spent at Lavender managing community growth there, I read hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cold emails, and I can tell you I can count on one hand the number of cold emails I reviewed that were about 38 words. So if you're sitting here saying, and this is exactly why we don't use cold email and why cold email is dead, this is where the story gets interesting because 96% of sales emails are automated. This is data from SalesLoft, which blew me away. I thought a lot would be, but 96% is a massive number. But of the ones that were not, and the emails where the sender took the time to be thoughtfully relevant and personalized, those emails this year received 1,200% more replies than automated emails. And the wild thing here, as you can see in the parentheses, that number is actually up from last year. It was at 100% increase in replies, which if you sort of step back, doesn't make a lot of sense, right? If there's more noise, more volume, more icky, you'd think people would tune less into cold email. But what we're seeing is actually when you take the time to do it thoughtfully and be relevant, it's not always indicating getting a positive reply, but more often than not, I think we see this a lot in our own lives. Buyers are like, I'll give you the head nod for thank you for at least giving it a shot. So when we look at what buyers think about sales outreach in general, it's not a very pretty picture. This is research that came out of Gong from March this year that is really depressing about the state of buyers' perceptions of sales. Essentially, all it's saying is only a quarter of buyers think that the seller even understands the buyer's role. That's about as low as the limbo bar gets. Only 13% feel that the message is addressing a relevant challenge. Only 9% feel the message was personalized to them. And only 6% learned something they didn't know before. So we can sit here and say, oh, it's such doom and gloom, and this is such a bad place to be as a salesperson. Or we can kind of take a half glass full approach and say, look, if this is what the buyer's expectation is, if this is what their bar is today, it's so low, we can step over it. Right? This is, as I put on the page, this is our uncrowded area to win. The question is, how do we do it? And so for this, I think one of the things that a lot of us sellers have fallen in the trap of is we think like salespeople instead of thinking like buyers. So what does it mean to think like a buyer? Well, first and foremost, we've got to appreciate that sort of the old era of like, I pick up the phone and call a salesperson when I think I have a problem. We all know that's over. But I think the magnitude at which customers are actually pushing away from salespeople is pretty frightening. So if you look at this is research Gartner did a few years ago that talks about how much time buyers are spending with sellers and without them. And if you look at this, 83% of the time that buying groups spend on buying activities is spent without the seller. And if you say, well, 17% ain't bad, I'll take it. There is an S at the end of that word, meeting with potential suppliers, which means if we are lucky and we're in a 1 of 3 situation, I'm still at best getting like 5-6% of the buying group's time. And so when I first saw this, I said, okay, there's 2 ways we can respond to this. Either I can try to make my 17% part of the pie bigger, or I can say buyers are showing up in these other places already. I don't have to change their behavior of where they go, but I can change my behavior of how I show up where my buyers are looking to learn. And so when we think about demand gen, right, I am not from the school of thought that this is marketing's job and conversion is a sales job. I think all of us, if we are lucky enough to be in that position, we probably have demand coming out of our ears. I think right now it's kind of an all hands on deck approach to we have to be showing up where buyers go to learn, because that is the place where buyers are looking for information and not necessarily looking for information about us. So if you're saying, okay, but this is another like sales pitch as to why to be on LinkedIn and spend my time, but my buyer isn't on LinkedIn, I'm not going to debate that with you, right? I have no idea if your buyers are on LinkedIn or not. But what I do know is that LinkedIn isn't the only place that buyers go to learn. So there's 2 things on this page that I've tried with a ton of different industries. I've yet to be disappointed. They are great places to go and learn how your buyer is learning, what they're learning about, what types of questions they're asking. So number 1, just straight up Google. Slack communities for CXOs. X is whatever stakeholder you sell into, right? If you sell into heads of information security, if you sell into restaurant owners, what we're seeing more and more of, particularly since the pandemic, is people are looking to come together with other people who face similar challenges. Communities are not a place for us to go and pitch. They are a place for us to go and observe and watch how people learn. So what I'm looking for when I do this is, what are the types of questions people are asking? What are the words that they're using? What are the trade-offs? What are they comparing to one another? We never used to have this kind of access. Now we can get a front row seat to it. Second option is Google virtual conferences or conferences for CXOs. And the reason I think this is helpful is you want to look at the agenda. This is a perfect example. Demand Gen Summit today, there's an agenda, there's a bunch of topics with subject titles. Those are cues into things that people that you are selling to are willing to take their time to come and learn about. So look at those, pay close attention. What are the hot topics that people are talking about? And instead of trying to force our solution down someone's throat, think about, is there an avenue that I can lead back to those topics? Because that's what's bringing people together. So my point here is, use this to mirror and learn how your buyers learn. Because if we were able to show up there and provide helpful answers, helpful context, or to even take some of that learning and share it in other channels, that allows us to show up more like a buyer and less like a seller. Now, there's 4 things that buyers are typically learning about when they're in their learning journey. Number 1, do I even have a problem? We all have problems. That's why therapy is such a big business. But do I have a problem? If I do, how big is it? This is a missed opportunity for a lot of organizations. It is very hard when you're working inside of the 4 walls of a company to know, is this problem worth doing something about? So if you can help your buyers size the cost of inaction, meaning the cost of doing nothing differently, that is a huge benefit to them as they go internally and make the case to get resources to invest in something. So sizing the problem. Can I get away with ignoring it for now? Unfortunately, this is a reality of a lot of buyers this year. Status quo is our biggest competitor. So they're trying to evaluate, if I do nothing or if I stay the same, can I keep going and get away with it for like 6 months longer? If not, what are my options? The problem with content, the problem with a lot of our cold emails, the problem with a lot of this stuff is we tend to focus right over here on what are my options. We assume that someone is already at the point of deciding they have a problem and now they're looking to do something about it. That is a very informed buyer. Those types of buyers are incredibly hard to get to change their mind. My argument here is, back here is where we have an opportunity to shape demand in our favor. So instead of just talking about what our solution does and the ROI and why it's great and who uses us and all the things we've been technically trained or traditionally trained to do, think about what point of view do we have to share on these 3 questions as well. When we are writing cold emails, the single biggest misstep that we see is we spend a lot of our airtime talking about us. This is a very simple exercise. I call it observation hunting. It's not rocket science. It's a forcing mechanism to make sure we are writing emails and content that are about our buyer and not about us. And it's as simple as this. I saw this, which is a relevant observation about the company, the exec, the vertical, the industry, if you're selling SMB. Thought problem might be occurring as a result. When we step back and look at the job of a cold email, we often think it's like, I've got to sell the solution. Well, people don't buy solutions to problems they don't already have or don't believe that they have. So our goal with a cold email is actually to create some sort of curiosity or feeling around, hey, maybe it's worth learning more about that problem. Save the solution talk for later. So here's an example of what that could look like. It's very small font, so I'll read it to you quickly. You're going to see in the middle the email coach screenshot. That is lavender. So it's essentially as you write an email, it's scoring you against millions of data points around what helps and hurts your chances of a reply. So you can see my headline here, intentionally boring, Acme community. That's a boring ass subject line, intentionally so, because nobody inside of our organization is sending us 10 times your pipeline emails when they want us to update our CRM. We want to appear like internal camouflage. Straight, boring, to the point, less than 3 words. My immediate sort of opener preview text here is, noticed you're 6 months into your community growth job at Acme. I couldn't find a community for Acme's users. Are you weighing the pros and cons of building one? Alpha was in a similar situation. Want to take a look at what they use to help them decide. Notice I am not selling a solution in this cold email. Because if I do, I'm going to capture maybe the 3 to 5%, a portion of the 3 to 5% who's actively shopping. What I'm trying to do is take that passive learner and say, maybe it's worth thinking about this. I might be totally off in my assumption, my hypothesis here. That is okay, because notice the tonality of this email is what we call unsure. Unsure means I'm asking questions. I'm using words like might, maybe, looks like. We don't have to be 100%, right? We don't work for them. There's no way we could ever know. But when you put this together, essentially what it appears as is, I want to be helpful to someone who's learning and in the learning journey at looking at this problem. And often the response that we get is full of information. Either, hey, no, we already decided, we're just getting started on it, we're looking at tools, or yeah, that's exactly what I'm working on. You will learn more by trying to aid someone's learning journey versus just trying to pitch relentlessly your service. The best part of it all, in my opinion, is the weirdest, most awkward thing as a salesperson is like you send a solution-centric email. Someone's like, okay, I'll take a look. You get them on the phone, then they want to take a look and you're like, no, we got to do discovery. And it's awkward and they hate it. You hate it. So this just makes it very natural to go into a natural discovery conversation about the problem because you've teed it up to be about the problem, not about your solution. So last and finally, a couple quick things here. That's sort of the premise, the underlying premise of how you write to a learner. There's a few things we've all learned probably at some point in our careers that we should do in sales emails that are actually hurting us. I'm going to take you through 2 slides really quickly to walk you through what those are. Number 1, y'all, we love to write those long, cold emails. What we found is you will increase your likelihood of a reply by 83% if you get your cold email down to 50 words. If you're sitting there saying it's impossible, I promise you it's not. It is hard. It is hard because it is much easier to write a lot of things in the hopes that something sticks. Call that the kitchen sink cold email. Like, here's my ROI, here's the logos I work with, here's 5 problems you might be facing. We hope just something will catch. The problem is people are reading this on their phones. It's very unlikely they're going to sit there and give us the airtime. We know we get about 9 seconds. So we've got to be really crisp to the point. Mobile optimized, meaning don't put big chunky paragraphs in there. Do short, punchy sentences. Number 2, this goes against how most of us were taught to write. Drop your big fancy words. You get 3+ syllable words, kill them. 3rd to 5th grade reading level boosts your likelihood of a reply by 67%. Number 3, this is a one I love. It is still not mainstream yet. If you've ever had that situation where you find something that's uniquely personalized, but you're like, it has nothing to do with the body of my email, drop it in a PS. So for me, I love dog shelters. That's a weird thing to say. I love dog rescue. If someone leads an email like that and it's like, so anyway, I want to show you our, revenue intelligence platform, it just feels like forced and it doesn't create a great impression to the buyer. Drop it in the PS, because what people tend to do is read the subject, read the preview, drop down to the bottom, and instead of seeing, do you have 25 minutes for a call, they see something uniquely personalized to them. When you do this on a one-on-one email, meaning not the mass automated ones, you see a 26% lift. And then finally, two big things that will hurt your chances at a reply: your tonality. I mentioned this briefly when I gave you that one example of a cold email for a learner. Tone, many of us were taught that we have to be assertive and confident and aggressive. That is the worst possible thing we can do in a piece of communication, because think about it. None of us in our business lives or elsewhere like to be talked at. So be very intentional about framing things with an unsure tonality. Looks like you might, not sure if. That allows and opens the door for us to be corrected, which starts a conversation. And then number two, number of questions. This is a mistake I used to make all the time. I'd ask like 3, 4, 5 different questions in a cold email, and guess how many would get answered? None of them, because they didn't get to them because it was just too complicated. Limit it to one question. The more than one question, you actually hurt your likelihood of a reply by 26%. So keep us honest on time. I know that was fast and furious. There's 3 things outside of today that my hope would be helpful. So Lavender, as I mentioned, is an AI email writing coach. So it's not writing it for you. What we're doing is giving you coaching so that you don't make any of the mistakes that we just talked about. So you can try it out for free for 7 days by install.lavender.ai. If you're like, hey, I just want to get some, coaching frameworks and templates and things like that, go to the blog. It's all designed to be helpful to people who are writing cold emails. And then if you're more of the like, hey, I want to be a little entertained, Lavenderland is this kind of Netflix style thing where we do different cold email competitions and you can learn that way. So 3 additional resources if you are going to take a different approach to your cold email. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Jen. It was a great way to conclude our event and a true joy to listen to. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So this has been a great event. Once again, congratulations to all of our winners. Another thank you to our sponsor, VIB. We also want to do a special thank you to our speakers. They put a lot of time and consideration into their topics, and they are definitely all worth the time to check out. All these sessions will be available on demand at thedemandgensummit.com. One final reminder about the offer that is also available at demandgensummit.com, and we will post it one last time in the comments for our streamers on YouTube and LinkedIn. We also want to thank our host Signals, an AI sales and marketing tool that aims to help companies intelligently automate, grow, and close their sales pipeline. Final thank you to all of those who attended. We put on these events for you, and we hope you find some key strategies to take with you into 2024. Thank you.